I would like to invite everyone to come back. Get in, sit down, find yourself a cozy place, and we're going to continue.
Okay. Ja, klar. Muschine und Hestine.
Ja, die haben da irgendwo zwei. Nimm die das. Nimm die das. Nee, die haben, es sind insgesamt 5 Leser. Ich spreche Deutsch. Einen schönen guten Nachmittag.
Good evening. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I hope that you had the chance to recover a bit and had a good lunch. Let's continue with our afternoon session, and the rest of today our topic will be women in resistance from the perspective of women from Eastern Europe and East Germany. And our today's panel, this panel will be dedicated to resistance in the Socialist Bloc through the lens of gender relations. And we will start with a testimony. I think it's the only testimony by witnesses today, and this is why we are here. And I would like to point out that 2 topics, namely by Yevhen Zakharov and by Mikhail Sheinker, will be reflected in lectures as well. So Ukrainian dissidents and dissidents from Leningrad will be also the subject matter of 2 scientific or scholarly lectures later, as well as women in the GDR and resistance in Poland. Let's start. So, I will introduce every speaker before they give their input. We will hear 4 inputs, and then we will have a brief conversation here on stage. Because of the delay, unfortunately, we have less time than initially planned, but we'll see. Either we'll have some time for questions from the audience or not yet. Not anymore, sorry. So now we can start. I'm very happy to have Ulrike Poppe with me, with us. And she was not a politician. Although this was actually written in the program, it's not correct, but she was politically active. She was member of the first People's Chamber, and she studied art and art education in the GDR, and she also founded the first independent kindergarten or nursery in the GDR, which also was not something given, and maybe we will hear about that. And also we will hear about her initiative, Women for Peace, that she founded 2 years later, 1982. The Ministry for State Security surveilled Ulrike and There were measures for disintegration, and she was also arrested because of the security information leaks, allegedly basically passing secret information to the enemy. And 6 months later, she was released. She also joined Democracy Now! In 1989, and she worked for the Alliance The Green in the Volkskammer and the People's Chamber, the first and only People's Chamber of the GDR in March '89, and later you worked at the Berlin Academy, and 2009 to 2017 you were the first commissioner of the federal state of Brandenburg to study and to deal with the dictatorship of the communist regime. Brandenburg was rather late with doing so. This is why only in 2009 you started coming to terms and researching this era. So that was my introduction, and my question was: can you tell us how it was to found a women's initiative, an independent kindergarten or nursery in the 80s, independent from the official structures? Hello, can you hear me? So in GDR times, in all of the periods of the GDR, there were movements, currents, individuals and groups that had a critical stance towards the regime. And in all of these movements and currents and groups, women were also participating, not as many as men, but unfortunately this has not been subject of any studies or research thoroughly what kind of role women played, for example, in in the people's popular uprising in the 80s. But generally, women always participated. They were part of these movements. In the 80s, women started to become more visible, critical of the system, and became politically active, which also became the occasion to become internationally active. You know that there was the rearmament of the NATO, or the allocation or deployment of more NATO arms in '69, and there was the decision by the GDR to deploy an SS-20 to the GDR territory, which frightened us because the threat escalated and the situation escalated between these two blocs, the US and the Allies, as well as the Eastern Bloc. And we felt the militarization, the increasing militarization in the society. And the last drop was the new Army Act, and compulsory Army Act that even forced women as in the compulsory military service, and there were protests by women. We gathered and we wrote a statement against this compulsory military service act, and we started collecting signatures for our statement, protesting this amendment, and we knew that this is already critical of the regime and dangerous, but we knew that it's very important also to gather like-minded people behind us, and this became the founding stone of our initiative, Women for Peace. And we founded this initiative in '82, and later in many cities and towns, initiatives of Women for Peace were founded, and we started to meet annually with the initiative groups from different cities and towns to discuss our understanding of our life in Germany. And it went beyond the idea of peace and beyond demilitarization of the society. We had a broader understanding of peace, and the prerequisite for peace was a state safeguarding human rights. So only a state that accepts and respects human rights is a state that is a reliable partner for us in peace. And of course, this was not shared by the government, by the state, and we even had conflicts with our certain left-wing partners from the West, because they said that other questions are secondary and we need to focus on the peace aspect. And this is why also the Initiative for Peace and Human Rights was founded, because they became the most radical, probably, initiative demanding, for example, independent elections, free elections, assuming, and this was also very threatening to the regime, because we could assume, or one could assume, that the SED, the Socialist Unity Party, would not win these elections. But coming back to 1982, we started this initiative, and from the mixed groups that I knew from the 70s, women were rather silent or maybe humble. They were rather maybe anxious to speak, or rather reserved and cautious. And in these kinds of stag fights, so to say, women could not speak as freely as they could in the women-only groups and initiatives after '82. So we had very productive interactions and talks, but I have to say that after a while, unfortunately, even in our group, their hierarchy developed. However, it was a very different experience for us, that we as women could raise our voices, and we did not limit ourselves to political topics with regards to women, or feminist politics or female politics, but we also tapped into different spheres of life and different areas of politics. So we were more radical probably than many feminists or active women, even in the West. We for example, dealt with pedagogy and education, and we, for example, refused the dictate of one official opinion in education, and fought against it. We were against, for example, students to learn the right stance on things or the right opinion or the dictate of the opinion. We worked with different oppositional groups in the area of ecology and environmental issues, the rights of the third world, international rights, and international relations, and so on and so forth. And we thought that gender studies or education and health is not only the area where women have to deal with when they start to study it, but that they actually should be active in all areas on all levels.
Thank you, Ulrike. Eva Maria Slaska. Studied ethnology and Polish in Gdansk, and she's translator and used to work in Solidarność in Gdansk. And even after the union was banned in 1982, she continued her work. After many searches in her house, in presence of her little son, who had to experience armed men in her flat, she took her partner and child and had to flee to West Berlin, where she became a TV journalist and project manager. Being exiled, she, however, continued to support Solidarność. In 1994, she founded the literary union, Polish Literary Union in Germany. Eva Maria has been working a lot to facilitate the communication, the understanding between Germany and Poland, and I'm very happy that you are here. My question to you is, what was your experience? How did you experience that time in August 1980 in front of the Lenin docks when there was a whole group of women and their children? Why were you there? Why did you go there? And what was the experience that made you go there? Thank you. I would like to say thank you for this introduction, for the invitation. In order to give you an answer, do I have to go a little bit more back into our history? Namely, Poland, I had to say, Poland had some sort of an uprising every 10 to 20 years. That's what we learned from history, that there is a necessity to somehow create an uprising in order to deal with the government, with a state that we didn't want. So we did it in the times of the partition, during the war, and after the war too. So all the way up to 1976, all these waves of uprising after the Second World War had a bloody end. Sometimes it was very bloody, which means that those who started a strike were shot on the streets, just like it was here in Berlin in 1953. Sometimes it was just the situation that people were arrested, but they were tortured and they lost their jobs. However, these waves of uprising, they were always lost by those who started it, and there was always a bloody overturn. And in 1976, there was a protest of the workers in Radon. It's not such a big city. It's a little town in southeast of Poland. And during those protests, the intellectuals from Warsaw went there, and that was the first time when there was the expression of solidarity like that. Previously, it was a strike of women in the textile manufacturers, or of the men in the docks and in the factories, or it was a strike of the student, or there was a strike of the workers. It was always separated from another. And for the first time in 1976, during that protest in Radom, that was met with incredible levels of violence. They really went in a very hard way against the protesters. I can remember that. In 1976, my son was born in May, and this uprising was in June, and I remember it very well that I was sitting on my chair, I was breastfeeding my child, and I was listening to the radio Free Europe, and I was crying. I remember it very well, and with these tears, I gave it to my son when we moved to Germany. When he was very, very small. He still had lots of memories of Solidarność. Even when he got married, he co-organized an exhibition to the topics of Solidarność. So this story was important in order to say that it was the first time between 1976 and 1980 in that time the oppositional leaders, the Democrats, those who were providing some acts of resistance to the government, found something that they had in common. And this is how Gdansk, Gdynia, Sopot, all the manufacturers there, they sent their delegations, and then they received people from the unions from the whole of Poland, in Szczecin, in Silesia. There were committees emerging. So they covered the whole of Poland, and they were the strike committees that were founded then, and it was all about the fact that those in power, the state, the leaders, have to talk to us. And the docks in Gdansk, called the Lenin dock, they could actually, without any, the fact that they could wait for those sent from the other trade unions, the fact that they actually could wait there, that there was no violent crackdown on them, that wasn't guaranteed. And the idea was that when the people stand up, gather and stand in front of the gate to the docks, including women, including children, including old people, that would be us protecting those on strike on the dock. And that was the reason why we went there. I answered your question. Yes, indeed. 10 years prior to that, there were 44 dead people in the same docks and thousands of wounded people. And one of the things that people asked for was to have a memorial for those who died, which indeed happened in December 1980. So whatever the demands of those on strike were, they were actually met. And I think also thanks to the courage of you women. Yeah, hopefully it was so. And it didn't end with violence on this occasion. Yevhen Zakharov from Ukraine came especially to visit our event. He's a contemporary too. He's a contemporary of the dissident women in Ukraine and can tell us something about it. He lives in Kharkiv and he attended the Kharkiv University. He studied maths and engineering science. He holds a doctorate degree and used to work as a journalist. In 1989, he became a member of Moscow Helsinki Group and was a member of that until 2006. And he was also the vice director of the commission for those facing unjust repression. And he's been a member of Memorial International, the International Memorial Society that was liquidated and dismissed, and he's been the co-chair of the Kharkiv Human Rights Protection Group. In this position, we know him very well, and I would like to ask you what was so special about the Ukrainian dissidents, Ukrainian female dissidents? Good afternoon. I would like to speak in Russian. Hello, I would speak in Russian, and I'm very grateful for the invitation to come here to attend the 5th Memorial Conference in memory of Arseny Roginsky, whom I met and who became my friend as early as 1975. Indeed, talking about women in the Ukrainian dissidents movement, that's the topic I can talk about a lot. Most of them I knew for a very long time. And that was due to the fact that I had the function of providing food and money to the families of political prisoners in Kharkiv and in some other places. And I knew those who did in Kiev. Vera Lisovaya, the wife of Vasily Semyonovich Lisovoy, the philosopher. He was arrested in 1973. In Western Ukraine, it was Yevhen Antoniv, who was the wife of Vyacheslav Chernovoy, and a little bit later she married Zinovy Krasivsky. And thanks to these facts and thanks to the fact that later on our organization, together with other organizations, we used to write a glossary of dissident in Central and Eastern Europe and in the USSR. We were responsible for the Ukrainian part of it, so we had to write the biographies of all those wonderful women, and we got in touch with them, we interviewed them. So that's my sources. Apart from that, we published their writings, and that's the topic for a separate conversation. What else shall I say on the matter? In the morning, you listen to Oksana Kiss about the women in Gulag in the periods of 1940s, 1950s. That was the period when we had armed resistance to the communists in our country. And the period I'm going to talk about, the dissident human rights movement, it wasn't armed anymore. It was a peaceful movement, and women generally weren't imprisoned very much. There was just one political camp for women. For those who were arrested according to Article 62 of the Criminal Code of the Ukraine, anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda, and it has an according article in the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. So there weren't very many people convicted under that article. It was Nadika Svetlichna, Raisa Rudenko, Irina Kolinets, Nina Strakatova, Inna Chernявskaya. Although she was in a proper prison camp, she sat there for 3 years on criminal articles. And I have to say that there was a special aspect about it. Many of them were married to male dissidents, so both male and female were robbed of their freedom.
And imprisoned in different places. For example, Isa Kalinets was imprisoned and her husband was imprisoned later, and both of them were convicted according to Article 62. And Nikola Rudenko and Raisa Rudenko were also such a couple, where Mykola Rudenko served his prison term earlier than Raisa. And Nela Strokata, as well as Sviatoslav Karavansky, were a similar case. Also, Sergei Nabokov and Elena Chernявska, or Inna Chernявska, this was later. They got a prison term of 3 years each, producing leaflets and distributing leaflets openly and publicly, and this is why they were convicted also on the grounds of Article 62. And another couple was arrested, Vilnявsky and Larisa Lovitskaya. They also were arrested and convicted because of the same case. So very often this question was dealt with in couples. So never mind how many couples I knew. In every couple I knew, this story was the same. The women were a reliable support of the men imprisoned. While in prison, they tried to support their husbands every way they could. And in every couple, this was very striking. I didn't mention Raisa Sokurskaya, who unfortunately died recently. She was wife of Ivan Sokursky, a great poet from Dnipro, and he died very early. He was only 52. In 92, he died. He was born in 1940, and he was a very thoughtful, rather slow person. He had a slow temper, and by the way, his wife was the younger sister of Miroslav Lesev, who was also a dissident, convicted to many years, and he was from Ivano-Frankivsk. They were friends with Zalivacha, an artist, a great artist that was also convicted to 5 years of imprisonment until 1970. So she was even denied to meet her husband, visit her husband in prison, because they were close to convincing him to give a testimony and confess everything, and they were afraid that she would make him change his mind. And there were also different couples, the Dzubas and Ivan Svetlichny and his wife Lula Svetlichna. So these couples were different. And the story goes as follows. I heard the story by Ekaterina Kotsubinska when I made an interview with her for our program Oral History. In KGB, there was an investigator goes by the name of Kolchek, and he worked with dissidents and forced them to confess and to collaborate with the KGB. And for example, Zinovy Franco, with Franco he succeeded. With Kotsibinsky, with Zinaida, he failed. She seemed to be very soft-spoken and meek, but actually she was quite stubborn, and he failed. But his idea was reasonable. Mikhailina Kotsubinska, she's the niece of a classic, she's the granddaughter of a classic, and if she would denounce the nationalist, Ukrainian nationalist movement, that would be a huge blow to the movement, but she did not do so. So, what did I want to tell you? Marta, Mikhailina, and Yulia Svetlichna, they met, would meet and go for a walk in the direction of the airport where Dzuba was living. And Dzuba and Svetlichny had the investigator who surveilled him, Kolchek. And there were rumors that Ivan confessed that he was reporting to Kolchek, and Lola was just devastated by the news. She said that this will kill him. Marta, who thought the most important thing is to save her husband's life, and he had tuberculosis, quite severe tuberculosis, she wanted her husband just to survive and to come out of prison, of the camp, alive. And she said whatever he should just write, whatever he's writing. And she said, "What are you saying? Just let him write whatever they want him to write. He's a great critic. Just let him live." And Lola said, "No, it's impossible. This will kill him." And then, when he got his 7 + 5 years, 7 years in camps and 5 years in exile, in banishment, after that, Lola came to Marta and was very proud of him being sentenced to the maximum term. So she was actually proud of that, because this was proof that he actually didn't give away any information. So his wife, nevertheless, that he was of poor health, his wife, knowing that, also knew that it would kill him to confess anything, and she was proud of him not confessing, not giving in to the regime. So Lola and Marta, they were very different, but they had a common goal. They wanted Ivan Mikhailovich to confess, and Marta wanted him to come back alive, and she convinced him, basically. Her husband. But we have also to say that Ivan took it to heart. It was difficult for him to deal with a role that was somehow imposed on him. His book was very popular, and he was seen as a leader, as a movement's leader, as a political leader. However, he just wanted to be a writer, to work in literature, and he was forced time and again to go out of his way to actually become political. For example, in '65, he was the one agitating in the cinema October during the screening of The Shadows of the Forgotten Ancestors by Parajanov. He started to speak about the political prisoners, and later also he would speak up for political prisoners. And however, Marta convinced him to confess. Recently, I published 2 documents that I prepared for publication. I edited them because they were in no good shape. From the archive on the Operation Bloc. And Ivan Dzyuba has a huge file. We translated this file or digitized this file and and transformed it into written text. So, what was written back then? It was said. So what I'm telling you, all of this is available, and you can analyze this and comment. It's very important for you to comment on that. And Ivan said so several times. He said, I had this comprehensive work. This is this huge work of my life, but still there is no comment to it, unfortunately. I didn't get any comment. So these 2 documents are the reaction on Ivan's repentance by Ivan Nekrasov, who invited Ivan Mikhailovich in 1975. And he told Ivan, no matter what you write, the most important thing is that you are free, that you can write, that you live. And also my friends, amongst others, in Moscow think the same. And he meant, amongst others, Zakharov. And of course, this was the information spread to across the camps, and the people, other inmates, said that obviously this is what Dzyuba writes, so this is his opinion, so whatever. And he said, well, that does only reflect his opinion, said Svitlich. And then they had the idea of Svitlich writing a letter to Dzyuba that Dzyuba never read or didn't have time to read anymore. And I prepared these documents. It's great documents that characterize the traits of Dzyuba and Nekrasov and Svitlichny, of course. And also I would like to add that both wives were right. Marta was right in her own way because she didn't want Ivan Dzyuba to perish, imprisoned in the camp. And also, Svitlichny and Marta wanted her husband to live, although the camp actually did kill Svitlichny. because he was banished later, and when he was released, he was in very poor health.
And one more. I haven't mentioned one couple, Sergeyevsky and Sverstyuk. And again, the help of Valeria Sergeyevsky was massive, and there are 3 volumes of Sverstyuk's letter to his wife from the camp. That's very good, and I recommend to translate them into Russian. So generally, I would come up with this thesis, with this topic. If I had time, I would be really working on the project, how the dissidents' wives rescued their husbands who were in the camps, because each story is unique. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking at the time because we're sitting here in a semi-half circle in order to start a conversation. Now let's come to Russia. Mikhail Sheinker is a literary scientist, and I think they're already working. He started working as a teacher. In 1977, he founded a literary seminar in Moscow, which existed until 1984. And there were both authors from the Russian Moscow and St. Petersburg, Leningrad underground. Then later on, 1984 to 1994, he used to live in Leningrad and subsequently St. Petersburg. And there he founded the group New Literature and the magazine belonging to that association. And he is going to talk about feminist dissidents from Leningrad. Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, to be speaking in front of you and to be talking about the period of the feminist movement. I'm going to talk about the relativity of this notion to what I'm going to talk about, since we're talking about a very brief but a very vivid period of the female human rights movement and the movement for the female emancipation that started in 1970s. Which started in Leningrad, where Arseny was born, where he started his serious historic work. And that always was the backdrop for all the cultural events that took place in Leningrad, because it started even before that counterculture was formed, or the non-official, non-formal cultural movement in Leningrad emerged. And we used to know that that work was being done. What I am going to talk to you about is the events of the end of 1970s, the creation of a few women's magazines, literature magazines. One of them was called Maria, another one was called the Women of Russia. It was an almanac, and they were dedicated to the problems of modern women in the Soviet Union in Russia. For me, the first and very symbolical hint towards these events was something else. On the 14th of December 1975, there was an informal decision to commemorate 150 years of the Decabrist uprisal. And it was done within the oeuvre of the non-formal writers, literature critics, artists in Leningrad. The conspiracy culture of those years in Leningrad was very different from the, let's say, conspiracy culture of Narodnaya Volya with Alexander Mikhailov. They didn't have this culture, so they didn't keep it secret, and the state found out about it early enough, and many of participants weren't even allowed to the square where they were planning their event, but some people managed to get to the square. And among those on that manifestation, because it was a spontaneous manifestation in order to remember and commemorate the Decembrists, well, the state, of course, saw it as something anti-Soviet because it wasn't official, and it actually was exactly this, because it was a hint about the continuation of the struggle against the state. So on that day, the future active movement member of that movement, Galia Grigorieva, was walking on that square. She was pushing her pushchair with her newborn son. And when I was listening to the previous speaker, I remembered that. And it was a very symbolical picture. A baby in the pushchair, a baby in the cot, having an opportunity to breathe the air of freedom. A little bit later, when as I said, it was Galia Grigorieva. Not very long ago, she died. Rest in peace. She was a member of the future Leningrad feminist movement. She was the author of the two magazines I mentioned. And she also worked in those magazines and in the women's club. But generally, this feminist movement for the female emancipation in Leningrad, what actually I'm trying to avoid the word feminist, because for the participants of that movement, the word feminism wasn't something they would use while describing themselves. When they talked about feminism, they were referring to the Western feminism. And they describe themselves somehow differently. They would label themselves differently in terms of the equality for women, the improvement of living condition for women, improvement for conditions at work, in the everyday life, and so forth. And they didn't really try and didn't attempt to follow the feminist motto. And another interesting aspect of this is the fact that this movement somehow emerged within the so-called counterculture, within the non-official, the so-called second culture. It was something that emerged and developed all by itself. And I am the eyewitness of that, actually. So let's say the two most prominent engines of this Leningrad women's movement, being two people, Natalia Malakhovskaya and Tatiana Goricheva. They were a part of the editor team of the magazine 37, which also was founded in Leningrad in 1975. At the same time with the manifestation to commemorate the uprising of the Decembrists. At the same time, there was the magazine Chassis, the Watch, and Tatiana was one of the editors together with Krivulin and Groys. Natalia Malakhovskaya was also a member of the editorial team, and she was a literary worker herself. So the female participation and the female activity in these magazines were very, very high. And the female representation, the representation of female literature in these literary magazines was relatively small. And at that point, I had the impression, I never voiced it, I never said it aloud, because it would have been a little bit, would be taking it too far back in the day. But I think the factor in the emergence of this movement was the dissatisfaction with the position of creative women in the modern non-official culture. Some male chauvinism that didn't allow them or didn't always allow them to be represented in such literary magazines. And finally, much later, Natalia Malakhovskaya in her memoirs wrote that I actually didn't know that, and I found out a bit later, and I was quite happy to find out that I was right. She says, with the time, the female part of the editorial team of the magazine 37 started feeling like non-conformists among other non-conformists. The materials that the women wanted to publish, the men saw as too acute, too dangerous, too socially oriented, and indeed, in the Leningrad non-official magazines, there was a taboo on political topic and anti-Soviet materials. So there was, let's say, an aesthetical framework. Okay, we're going to write poetry, we're going to provide literary critics, translations, we're going to write screenplays and publish them there, but thematically we would be loyal to the state and to the political system. So those female authors didn't follow that, let's say, aesthetical framework, and they actually followed the prescriptions in terms of topics. There were hundreds of such magazines. People actually read them. So women found an opportunity to express themselves, to write about themselves in these two new magazines. And the first one's the Women in Russia, and the second one was the magazine Maria. They didn't exist for a very long time because they were talking about very problematic topics, about the position of the woman, which was quite horrible, about a woman in a hospital, about a woman at work, about a woman, let's say, in the kitchen, in a family, and so on. And it is quite interesting that everything that was published there, one of the authors was a boy called Vanya Pazukhin, the son of Natasha Malakhovskaya. He was 10 years old back then, who shared his experience at the kindergarten, his experience at the pioneers camp, holiday camp, which he described as a pioneers concentration camp. And there was a girl who shared her school experience, and the authors of the magazine were talking about abortions clinic, about women in hospital, about the working conditions, about the schools, about the kindergartens, about the hardship of the everyday life. And all of it was full of naturalism. It was very physiological in description. And despite of those physiological extremes, it was always very modest in terms of sexuality. So sexual topics, to pick up the idea of phallocracy, was rarely reflected and rarely picked upon there. And I think that's due to the fact that one of the people behind it, Tatiana Goracheva, he was very religious, and she was mostly about connecting the female values with the values of the church, with the Christian values. And after the Women of Russia was published, she wrote a critical piece in her magazine, which is basically writing a piece of critique for criticizing herself. And she was talking about the paradoxons of the female emancipation. And the main point was that no female emancipation is possible without the deeply rooted acceptance of Christian values. She was talking about somehow intertwining the religious culture with the female culture. And she wanted somehow to move on with the female emancipation, helping with the help of the Orthodox Christian values. That's what we call traditional values now. And her article is finished with the following sentence. The female movement is a fraternity based on the Christian love. I think I don't need to comment on it. And despite all that, the reaction to these first expressions of female emancipation in Leningrad was much more harsh than the reaction to the other things that have existed for 5 years by then. So it was a harsh reaction compared to the magazines that were published in Samizdat's self-published press. Let's say things created by those writing poetry, literary criticism, and so on. It was, of course, the time when the writers went to the KGB like as if they went to the office, constantly signing that they are aware that their activities can be against the law and so on. But usually nobody was touched by the authorities. But the reaction of the authorities was very harsh, as I said, because soon enough, the three founders of this female movement were forced to emigrate, and those who tried to pick up where they stopped and continue the work ended up behind bars, like Natalia Lazareva, who tried to... Excuse me, but I would like to speak like as a... I would like to represent the women who sit here, so I would like to give them a little bit of time to mention. The most time of speaking was taken by the men here. So please, your last sentence now, and after that we want to give the word to the women, because we want to pick up that topic by Ukrainian and Russian female scientists. Yes, the last thing that I wanted to say is that the reason of such a harsh reaction of the authorities, such brutal reaction of the authorities, had the following reason. The authorities understood it's not just a handful of half-crazy writers who are barely read, who don't want to exist in the framework of the Soviet literature. It is about a half of the population, and the other half of the population could support them. And it was also the time that coincided with the beginning of the war in Afghanistan, and those magazines had direct anti-war statements, direct anti-war protest that also later were picked up during the Chechen wars by the Committee of Soldiers' Mothers and so on. So that was the foundation of the female anti-war protest. Thank you very much.
So, with regards to looking at the time, unfortunately, we only have 7 minutes left at this panel, so there's not much time for a discussion, but maybe in the audience there are questions. If not, I would like to ask Ulrike Poppe or Eva Slaska the following. We heard that there are several aspects, or there were even tensions between men and women in the movements, but also space was somehow fought for, somehow conquered by women, as in Leningrad, for example. So, how was the situation in Poland and in the GDR? Did you work with the men continuously, or did you sometimes needed to have separate spaces? How was it, Ulrike? When in private spaces, men had to learn that women also claim to have a political role and to be politically active, and sometimes they want to leave at night and they had to stay with the children. which was a process of learning, and it led to conflicts, but the husbands had to learn it, and they had also learned to appreciate their wives to be independent, to be also emancipated and politically active. When it comes to oppositional groups and initiatives, I have to say that there weren't any conflicts. We collaborated close-knit with we were very closely knit and collaborated with mixed groups and initiatives, so mixed in terms of male and female. And at the beginning, there were warnings. So the men warned us women of being too naive and to endanger themselves. Because already in 1983, we organized a small rally at the Alexanderplatz in Berlin. And there were a couple of men who tried to prevent us from doing it, who tried to keep us from doing it. And the Stasi, the secret service of the GR, also needed to learn to take us seriously, because at the beginning we were just tails, we were just somehow auxiliaries of the male dissidents, but they learned to respect us. How was it in Poland? Until Solidarność won, the situation was very similar, which means there were women that were very active, and they weren't only the wives. I have to emphasize that. We would have had men, but we weren't the supporters of the men, the auxiliaries. We were in charge of our own activism. And this was manifested in 1981 during martial law. When martial law was introduced, all of a sudden, 80% or 85% of the men being active in different Solidarność bodies or structures were conscripted or had to leave, and very few of them saved themselves and lived in the underground. But this showed that the Polish authorities were wrong. They erred because they thought as soon as the men would leave, as soon as the men would be mobilized, that was it with the Solidarność movement. But it was not true, because we were still there, we were present, we were everywhere in all of the areas of society. We were in the families, and we just took over all the spheres, also the public sphere. And we didn't do it consciously even. And afterwards, the authority, as well as the underground, as well as the conspiracy movement, realized that women weren't only there to make coffee or to write texts on the machine, but we were actually very useful, and we were good. And an oppositional officer, Maciej Lopinski, in his book Conspira, wrote about it and pointed it out. And generally, we wanted something, and men wanted something completely different. They wanted us to support them, what was said here, as it was said here, and it was considered an achievement when Poland, after martial law and in all of these years that led up to 1989, when Poland became democratic, or is when Poland becomes democratic, we women can go back home. This is what they said, and they meant well, because they thought that care work is very challenging and hard, and we had this kind of burden, and not a double burden, but even a threefold burden, because it was challenging to organize shopping, for example, shopping groceries, cooking, because of scarcity. And I had this idea, for example, to publish a cookbook, how to cook 1,000 dishes from some kind of residues of some kind of meat. Although I was a vegetarian even back then, but meat was the only thing available in Poland. And the women that actually wanted to do something, wanted to become active. When men came to power in 1989, when we became democratic, needed to resist once again against this attitude, against what our representative wanted to do to us, where they wanted to have us. And the fact that Poland now is very well connected to international feminism is actually our achievement. We made it, but it was a struggle. Thank you very much. I think it is a very good closing remark. We just did it. And I hope that this panel was a good first panel for the next panel and the next sessions and the basis for discussion. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon and evening. And also thank you, of course, to all the contributors. It was a very good polyphonous match, as I feel.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have to come in, please, and sit down. Yes, we are all dealing with citizens. Okay, because otherwise we cannot continue with this, let's say, second/third session of our conference today. Okay? So we are going to have 5 speakers divided into 2 parts. And the theme is always going to be the resistance in the socialist bloc through the lens of gender relationships. So the first one to speak is going to be Arthur Clech. Arthur Clech is a postdoctoral research fellow at the National Fund for Scientific Research in Belgium and a research associate at the Center of the Russian and Caucasus Wars and Central Europe of HISS in Paris. He has written a PhD on homosexual subjectivities of the late Soviet period between solidarity and culture of suspicion under the supervision of Alan Bloom. And he has published many articles and essays on this topic and is actually an expert on what we would call perhaps intersectionality, that is like putting different questions together, gender, race, and so on and so forth. And quite interestingly, the title of his speech today is Tema, or Sexual Minorities in the Late Soviet Period, Class, National, and Gender Issues. So please, Arthur Clech, join us, and you have 15 minutes.
Здравствуйте. Я буду говорить на русском, потому что мне кажется...
Hello, I will speak in Russian because it seems to me that it's important to speak about this topic, the subject matter, in Russian. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizers of this great conference. So, the topic, Tema, or of sexual minorities in the late Soviet era, class, nationality, and gender issues. In order to keep it to 15 minutes, I will only focus on a few key points from the book I'm currently working on. In particular, I will not be able to touch on theoretical issues such as the aspect of shame and disgrace, methodological aspects, and how my work relates to historiography. The book is based on my PhD thesis, defended under the supervision of Alan Bloom, and the research I have done since. Its provisional title is Tema, or theme, or subject matter, or the impossible Soviet homosexual identity. Because I have been interviewed in Russia and Georgia, I hope to have my book translated into Russian, Georgian, and English. First of all, I would like to give an overview over the term Tema, or topic, subject matter, and then also speak about the criminal code prohibiting male sodomy. Then I will speak about national and supranational models and the social differences, and then about national and supranational models. So, the Tema term, which is subject matter, was the name of a magazine that appeared on the eve of the collapse of the Soviet Union and focused on sexual minorities. The term had been used in the USSR since the 1970s by the women and men I interviewed. Listening to their stories about how they lived and understood their same-sex desire reveals commonalities. This commonality crystallizes, or commonalities crystallize, in a short self-definition. Tema, or subject matter. This term is used in the singular for a reason. It refers to all the people in relation to whom the individual feels that they share a common form of homosexual subjectivity. The term Tema is unique in that it is a single word which expresses a commonality that transcends not only gender and nationality, but also social status. Therefore, in this paper, I will use the expression people in the Tema, in the topic, or in the know, or with knowledge of the subject matter, as well as the term dissenters in the law of interest, which I borrow from Igor Kohn. The deliberate vagueness of this term has the advantage that it allows us to designate our own, to recognize each other without falsifying either ourselves or others. It is important to recall that in the USSR there was a criminal article in the criminal code concerning sodomy, which provided up to 5 years of imprisonment for consensual sexual relations. In addition, both male and female homosexuality was pathologized. To be with knowledge of the subject matter, or в теме, was a seemingly Russian expression that had its Georgian equivalent, temashia, as well as similar expressions in the other languages of the Soviet republics. But some respondents insisted that it was the general Soviet one, and we should add today the one in queer language. Gender dichotomy, or dichotomy. Men and women were certainly framing themselves in relation to compulsory Soviet gender norms. I was interested in what united them, such as the lack of information about homosexuality. The lack was so vast that women could consider their relationships criminal, even though this was not in accordance with the law. This is evident in the words of my respondent, Nadezhda. Of course, I changed the name. So it wasn't reflected in reality, but it is important to emphasize that a friend of hers, for example, or her friend or her girlfriend who worked as a police officer in the Ural region also thought so. And it was also reflected in the language. So Olga recounts her desire to learn more about her sexuality as a teenager, and then she says, quote, I found a psychiatry textbook in which I discovered the term lesbian, female sodomy, end of quote. In any case, the mere awareness of the existence of an article penalizing male homosexuality was disturbing and led to self-censorship. Polina's story confirms this. She began to deny herself any tenderness towards her girlfriend in front of others. When I found out about the article, I was afraid. I got scared. Why? I got scared. Yes, I got scared. I was afraid of losing my job. I didn't want the workplace to know about it. People at my workplace. When I read that there was such an article, I just immediately was criminalized by it. I felt it's criminal. I didn't think of it as criminal. So this fear could lead to the formation of common forms of homosexual subjectivities between women and men. Against the backdrop of the criminal prosecution was born a subjective knowledge of its own right, which contradicted the official medical legal discourse that claimed objectivity. This knowledge was based on the following correct generalization. They understood that it was not so much a sexual practice, which is sodomy, but it was about homosexuality itself that was being attacked. Thus we see the flaws and the deficits of an interpretive model based on a gender dichotomy, according to which the repression of homosexuality took two forms. Men were imprisoned and women were subjected to psychiatry treatment. This dichotomy makes it impossible to imagine how men and women frame themselves as subjects in their sexuality as a response to general stigmatization. Social difference at the heart of a Soviet culture of suspicion. The Soviet state undermined solidarity among dissenters by relying on what I call a culture of suspicion. Analyzing Shota's history, or Shota's story, clearly demonstrates this culture of suspicion. am I talking about? When, unlike most men with knowledge of the subject matter, в теме, hide their sexuality, some don't. And Schotter assumes that this is a sign that they may be collaborating with the KGB. He criticized their so-called vulgarity, prudery, and lack of culture. Other respondents expressed similar views as Schotter, referring to these people as the lumpen proletariat. This is reminiscent of terms characteristic of the late Soviet intelligentsia. For example, Yuri Lotman describes the lack of intellectuality as shamelessness. Furthermore, in the case of Schotter, his suspicion is directed towards a man with whom he has a sexual relationship, but who is distant from him in terms of social affiliation, from a different social strata. They were caught by the police, but not taken to the station, not arrested. And after this episode, Schotter stopped communicating with this man. Quote, "Did you no longer communicate with that driver?" Who, the cab driver? He wanted to hang out with me more, but I didn't want after that, because I still had the feeling that maybe he was a snitch. Such statements by Schotter may have reflected a social bias toward the less educated, whom he believed could be used by the authorities or instrumentalized by the authorities. While it is impossible to judge this case unequivocally to understand what was going on, numerous testimonies confirm that the police and the KGB did recruit informants among previously detained men, as in Schotter's case it might have been the case. It is remarkable, however, that Schotter never suspected his colleagues and, in general, people belonging to the intelligentsia. To do so would have meant for him a rupture with a social group to which he felt a strong belonging. But as the example of the poet Trifonov shows, informers were recruited from all walks of life. The intellectuals' reluctance to suspect their own people from their own social group, is related to their desire to protect their public reputation. Because the intellectuals distanced themselves from the body of sexuality, emphasizing their spirituality. And they asserted their intellectual independence and presented themselves as moral paragons. This self-presentation or representation collapsed as soon as homosexuality was somehow brought up, making a person vulnerable to the KGB. In addition, homosexuality could not be discussed in public. If it was mentioned publicly or made visible, it was perceived as a threat or a source of violence. Indeed, homosexuality was symbolically associated with violence in labor camps, the only place where homosexual attraction achieved a certain degree of visibility in the Soviet Union. National and supranational models. As I have argued, solidarity was undermined by a culture of suspicion and to growing social disparity. Nevertheless, expressions of solidarity among dissidents were facilitated by the supranational model of Soviet identity. To what extent, then, do homosexual subjectivities take the form of this Soviet supranational identity, and in doing so incorporate the national models, oddly enough, reflecting the official definition of the Soviet people. People в теме, people with knowledge of the subject matter, were able to share a common inter-ethnic space, even though it was divided along gender lines. Consider the case of the beach in Gagra in Abkhazia, where Vakhtang was on holiday between the 1970s and the early 1990s. There was a beach, and that it belonged to a local medical institution, was available to everyone for a small fee to practice male nudism, which was banned in the USSR. Men were segregated from women, and only women were allowed to be fully nude. Despite this, and the complaints from medical staff, men often indulged in nudism as well. Sometimes the police was called. Struggling nudists claimed that they had paid to bathe. These beaches can thus be seen as places for socializing, for men who resisted passively by refusing to put on clothes. This sense of inter-ethnic Soviet solidarity took place, but for various reasons did not extend to all dissenters and all homosexual people. For example, on this beach, tourists from in Bloc countries did not mix with Soviet tourists, and the latter were divided into vacationers from the so-called Baltic republics and other Soviet citizens. There were certain nuances. When they learned that Vakhtang was a Georgian, men from the so-called Baltic republics did not stop greeting him, although, for example, they kept a certain distance. And meanwhile, they didn't greet Russians at all. In this case, belonging the so-called titular nation immediately served as a reason for exclusion, as it was associated with Soviet identity. My respondents also mentioned an informal network that allowed people with knowledge of the matter, so people в теме, to seek support in other republics. Vakhtang found refuge with their own in Lviv and Olga and Kazakhstan. Many emphasized the lack of racism and national heterogeneity of these connections. Although this mixing was common in the USSR, where marriages between people of different nationalities were widespread, in the late Soviet era, such relationships were increasingly condemned. Hidden same-sex relationships, by avoiding control, indirectly encouraged mixing between nationalities. Ironically, it was among these people, and this group, that one could observe the greater rapprochement of national cultures mentioned in Khatachan's definition of the Soviet people. It seems that for some of them, with the exception of Latvians, Lithuanians, and Estonians, the sense of belonging to the Soviet Union often took precedence over national identity. This group of people might have been primarily Soviet, as where I would add Soviet dissidents, although both were certainly stigmatized and repressed. The repressions have been explored in some works that nevertheless failed to open up the question of subjectivities. And this is why they have deficits of first-person discourse. It is such discourses that my book and its afterword are dedicated to, in which one unique case will be analyzed. I was able to conduct a series of interviews with a man convicted under Article 121 under Andropov. He also entrusted me with his diaries of that time and other ego documents. So far, I have to refrain from discussing this case until the book is published in order to coordinate all the details with the respondent and wait for his consent. I can only say one thing. While in isolation, he wrote his diary in German because this language allowed him to express what was impossible to express in Russian. If you're interested in my thank you very much.
Работает? Да. Thank you so much. Thank you also for respecting the time limit, as we were saying. So I will ask the second speaker to join us on the podium. The second speaker is Anna Kozelnik, who holds a master's degree in political science and political theory from the University of Ljubljana and a master's degree in European women's and gender history from the Central European University. She recently joined the Center for History Transformations of the University of Vienna. I do not remember exactly the name, I'm sorry. And she has a very interesting doctoral research that is entitled The Dynamics of Change and Logics of Transformation, State, Society and Economy at the Critical Junctures. Today, she will speak about the Yugoslav feminism. And the title of her speech is A Latecomer Among Yugoslav Feminisms, Feminist Textual Intervention in Slovenia, 1982-1990. Thank you very much. You also have 15 minutes, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? Okay, just a small correction. Dynamics of Change is the bigger project. My PhD project is titled Transformations of Discourses on Women and Women's Rights Through the Lens of State Women's Organizations in Slovenia. But yeah, thank you for the kind introduction, and hello to everyone also from my side. Before I begin my presentation, I would just like to express my gratitude and admiration for the work of the organizers. I'm truly honored to be a part of this conference with such established panelists doing extremely important work. And in my presentation today, I will focus on a somewhat non-characteristic experiences of women in socialism. The protagonists of this story are young women, intellectuals, students, and young academics who were self-identified feminists. The story is set in Ljubljana, the capital of Slovenia, and we begin in the early 1980s. The 80s were a turbulent time in the history of the Yugoslav Socialist project. After the death of Tito, Yugoslavia underwent a prolonged economic crisis, which was followed by a crisis of the political legitimacy of the Yugoslav socialist system. This meant that the core ideological pillars of Yugoslav society, such as brotherhood and unity, the legacy of the anti-fascist struggle, and the idea of non-alignment were quite openly criticized in public debates. And quite frequently, this critique came from within the infrastructure of official state institutions. The historian Ljubica Spaskovska has done excellent research on how young people utilize the infrastructure of the youth organization in Yugoslavia to engage in criticism of the establishment and formed a network of alternative voices and practices. I will not go into too much detail about this. What is important for our story here is that we have this youth organization which has a very complex, sort of dispersed form and is relatively distanced from high politics. And it also has considerable resources, meaning they have financial resources, but they also have spaces, meaning quite concretely physical spaces where young people could meet. And this possibility to simply meet together somewhere played a really important role in the formation of feminist identities of my protagonists, as I will show later. But before I fully begin with the topic, I want to quickly walk you through what I'll be talking about. I will begin by introducing the phenomenon of new feminism in Yugoslavia, explain what the term refers to, and what were some of its characteristics. Then I will speak about the feminist scene in Slovenia, how my protagonists became feminists, and how they started organizing. And the last part of my presentation will deal with my analysis of the texts they produced. So what I'm presenting to you today is the Slovenian side of the so-called new feminism in Yugoslavia. As I mentioned before, the 80s were a period when the big promises of the Yugoslav socialist project were being questioned. And one of them was also the promise of gender equality, or better, women's emancipation. Women in Yugoslavia were granted full equality with men by the 1946 Yugoslav constitution, but their lives often reflected a gap between de jure and de facto equality. And this discrepancy between what was promised by the state and what women experienced in their daily lives in terms of gender inequality became an important topic for young female intellectuals in the urban centers of Yugoslavia already in the 1970s. These women often traveled abroad and had access to feminist literature from the West, and they critically engaged with these ideas and drew from them to examine the situation of women in their country. And they didn't discuss this only among themselves, but they importantly intervened in public discourses through publications in journals and newspapers. They organized discussions, exhibitions, and so on. Some of you might be familiar with the International Feminist Conference, Comrade Women, which took place in Belgrade in 1978. And this was sort of a push moment for these women to start organizing into more formal groups. which then emerged in Belgrade and Zagreb in 1979 under the name Žena i društvo, or Women and Society. And this story is explored in detail in an excellent book by my colleague Zsofia Laurent, who greatly influenced my own research and also the title of this presentation. But before I get into what made my protagonists latecomers, I want to briefly explain the term New Feminism. The term New Feminism in Yugoslavia, or New Yugoslav feminism, is used to refer to the phenomenon of feminism in socialist Yugoslavia in the 70s and 80s. Zsofia Laurent, who is the leading expert on this, explains that she uses this term because many of the actors themselves use the term New Feminism or Neofeminism to refer both to themselves and to the second wave feminisms in the West. And in her view, the use of this term also signals a connection to the early 20th century feminist organizing in the Yugoslav space. And since much of my research builds on her work, I also use this term. And now let's zoom into the Slovenian part of the new feminist story. The women in Slovenia started forming feminist groups a bit later than their colleagues in Belgrade and Zagreb, but they were very much in touch with what was happening on the feminist scene there. They were on average a few years younger, and even though they were in this sense latecomers, they were in some respects quite innovative, for example, regarding lesbian feminism, and also in a very open critique of the socialist state already in the mid-1980s. I will take you through this story chronologically. I will try to present this group, which, although it was rather small in terms of numbers, was very complex and heterogeneous. That is to say that there was, at least in my interpretation, no single Slovenian feminism, but rather multiple feminisms, as many as there were feminists. And what they left behind for us historians to examine, their personal narratives captured in oral history interviews, and the materials they produced also reflect this diversity. The personal narratives of these women show that they encountered feminism in different ways. Some through their studies, some were trying to reflect on the gender-based discrimination they faced in everyday life. Some found inspiration in women's groups they encountered abroad. But these were very private, individual experiences, which then later, through self-expression and narration of these experiences in small, very informal meetings, became a crucial step towards more stable and organized practices. So initial ideas for more structured collective practices arose from informal kitchen table gatherings, which were then replaced with the first women's group in 1984, which was a women's only discussion group called Ženska sekcija pri sociološkem društvu, or Women's Section of the Sociology Association. And this group was followed by around 5 more women's groups, some more activist-oriented, some more academic, and the range of their activities is also very broad. It ranges from public talks, parties, exhibitions, and so on. But what is interesting, at least for me, is that their personal narratives show that they engaged in consciousness raising and separatist practices, meaning that they created separate spaces accessible to women only. One of such events was a women's-only event in a student club in Ljubljana. I believe it was more or less a party with allegedly 200 participants. And what is also important to note here is that these practices took place in the cultural venues that were a part of the infrastructure of the youth organization. So as I mentioned earlier, we can see that they utilized the infrastructure of what was an official state institution to build momentum for what in the end turned out to be a strong feminist critique of the state. I hope that I've given you enough information so far so that we can now dig into the very meat of this feminist critique, and we will focus here on feminist texts. Throughout the 1980s, feminist texts appeared in various non-feminist outlets. The first feminist journal didn't come out in Slovenia until at least a decade later, and these texts were published primarily with the resources coming from the local youth organization, so they weren't publishing in samizdat. and whether these texts were published in academic, semi-academic, or popular press, they relied on contemporary academic discourses in social sciences and humanities. So what were some main ideas that were present in these textual interventions? Since Yugoslav academia became progressively more open to the West since the 1950s, local feminist authors who were somehow present in academia had access to American, British, French, and German feminist literature, which they read, discussed, and translated. These were predominantly second-wave radical and socialist feminist texts, and they were influential in the local context because they provided the local feminists with the vocabulary with which they intervened in local public debates. And the translations of these texts then shaped local feminist discourses and helped disseminate feminist ideas. For example, the 1986 collection of translated feminist texts titled On Women and the Women's Movement introduced then contemporary radical and socialist feminist debates on topics such as rape, violence against women, reproductive rights, the critique of medicine, and the role of women in wage labor and housework. It contributed to a new focus on the sphere of the personal as the principal site of women's oppression and the role of consciousness and ideology in the reproduction of patriarchy, which then later featured prominently in feminist works in Slovenia. In terms of the specific theoretical currents present in original works by Slovenian feminists, they drew on psychoanalytic feminism, post-Marxism, and critical theory. And the concepts and ideas from these intellectual currents helped them to articulate their own understanding of the causes of women's subordination and to reflect on the meanings, the meanings of concepts central to Western second-wave feminisms, such as patriarchy, sexual difference, and experience. And I want to highlight here that, as I see it, the challenge that they faced was not in starting a discussion on the position of women in society where such debates were absent or prohibited, but instead in establishing who gets to speak about women's position and in what way. And they did so in various ways. Some criticized the submission of gender to class in Marxist theory and connected this critique directly to the official discourse. Others focused on the relationship between the state and women's organizations and highlighted the declining autonomy of state women's organizations. And some criticized state policies aimed at the socialization of domestic labor. As an example, I will present to you very shortly a text by Vlasta Jalušić, who is now a professor at the University of Ljubljana, but was at the time a young academic and an active member of several women's groups. In her 1986 article titled Žensko vprašanje kot izvržek, or The Women's Question as an Outcast, she argued that the concept of patriarchy is necessary in theorizing women's position in society. And she drew here on the British psychoanalytic feminist scholar Juliet Mitchell and argued that sexual difference, meaning pointing towards this bond between biological reproduction and the symbolic, is constitutive of patriarchy. She argued in favor of theorizing and examining the symbolic order and analysis of women's position in society, and criticized Marxism's inability to theorize the role of the symbolic in the reproduction of patriarchy. She argued that Marxist theory prioritizes the category of class over the category of gender, and because of this, it is unable to provide a comprehensive understanding of why women are subordinated. And from this, she embarked on what is, in my opinion, a very strong critique of the establishment, arguing that the official discourse homogenized how it addressed women's subordination and consequently limited the scope for understanding and addressing gender inequality. She wrote, this is a quote, the ruling discourse homogenized the possible interpretations of women's subordination as an order of Marx, Engels, Bebel, Tsetkin, Lenin, and at the top, the party analysis, which has retained its validity to the present day, end of quote. I think this is a good example of how feminist authors attempted to introduce feminist ideas to expand the scope of the public debate and also to distance themselves from the prevailing economistic Marxist interpretations of society and gender inequality. And in this particular example, the act of pointing at the limitations of Marxist theory and its inability to adequately explain women's subordination also served as a way of legitimizing the usefulness of certain feminist ideas. In my interpretation, such textual interventions provided the space where feminist authors could legitimize their position as actors who know how to achieve women's emancipation and where the Yugoslav emancipation model failed. And through this, they participated in efforts to position themselves as legitimate political actors who could participate in political discussions on women and their position in society. And this is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this quick but very detailed survey of this neo-feminism of Slovenia. So I will finally ask also Anna Sidorevich to come to the podium. Anna Sidorevich is a teaching fellow in history at the Sciences Po of Paris, where she recently defended her doctoral dissertation entitled The Leningrad Women's Movement, 1979-1982, between Soviet emancipation and second wave feminism. She has edited a special issue of Connex, l'espace postcommuniste en question, entitled Gender and Materiality in Central and Eastern Europe in the 20th Century. The title of her speech today is going to be Christian Feminism in the USSR, an historical overview of the religious women's club Maria. Please.
Thank you very much for this presentation. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for, fascinating level of, that it was just perfectly organized. It's not that often that you experience this kind of organization. Thank you so much. I've really enjoyed it so far, and I hope that I'll enjoy our discussion later and everything that will follow tomorrow as well. Yes, today I'm going to speak about the Leningrad women's movement, and it has already been mentioned today, right? So you had some kind of a teaser, right, with traditional values, Christianity, etc. So you're pretty intrigued. You must be pretty intrigued, I assume. So let me elaborate on some of the issues further. And first of all, here on the screen you can see a photo taken of some of the participants of the group Maria, the Club Maria, the discussion Club Maria, that was created by a group of women, members of the so-called second culture or underground or counterculture of Leningrad in 1980. By the moment of the club's creation, its co-founders, whom you see, some of them, you see them on the screen, they have already taken part in the publication of another samizdat periodical called Almanach, Женщина и Россия, Woman in Russia, that was initiated by the unofficial poet and artist Tatiana Mamonova. However, the creation of Maria was, in the end, kind of a result of the split within the initial group. And today I'm going to speak about the development of what can be termed as Christian feminism or Russian Orthodox feminism within the Women's Club Maria and in Leningrad and beyond, and I will focus on key stages beginning with the women's engagement with feminism within the sphere of Leningrad's underground, the publication of their first samizdat collection, Woman in Russia, the criticisms and theoretical developments it sparked. I will also discuss their shift towards a new organizational format, the Discussion Club Maria, and the founding of the group, of the club, and another journal, magazine, Maria, and the theoretical foundations of the feminism that were developed within this group. In the end, I'll comment shortly on the persecutions these women faced and the trajectories of some members after their exile in the West. Well, first of all, I would like to show you the following quotes from Tatiana Goricheva's book that was published in the late 1980s. I think that these quotes illustrate really well what the Leningrad, the kind of Christian feminism of the group was about, right? You can, as you can see on the slide, according to Goricheva, Christianity, quote, goes further than any feminist doctrine. And again, she recalling in the late 1980s on her experiences in the late 1970s and early 1980s, said, such was our conviction, feminism that doesn't go through Jesus Christ leads to a dead end. Would you agree with that? Many did agree with that back then in Leningrad. But I will start with the very beginning. How did these women become feminists? And actually, I use the term feminists and feminism, as you can see. I mean, it's pretty obvious. But that is my interpretation of the kind of activism that they pursued, but also it's clear from their publications that the notion of feminism was actually used, and even Russian feminism, which was another way to, or kind of a way to identify the specificity of the kind of feminism developed within the group Maria. In 1979, Leningrad underground artist and poet Tatiana Mamonova initiated the creation of an independent women's almanac for women and about women under the title Женщина и Россия. The idea to create such a periodical was encouraged by her personal experience of social conditions in the USSR, such as childbirth in a Soviet maternity hospital, discrimination that she encountered in the milieu of underground in Leningrad, and more specifically, recently, in a very recent interview, she shared that she actually was a victim of sexual assault from one of the underground artists in Leningrad. But also by her personal readings, she had access to Western feminist press thanks to diplomats, Western diplomats, and in particular, the French consulate in Leningrad. Besides, Mamonova also shared some ideas of Marxism and spoke positively of Lenin, Kollontai, Furtseva, for instance. In 1975, she shared this idea, the idea of a possible creation of a women's publication with Yulia Voznesenskaya, who was also a participant of the Leningrad's underground, a dissident. But the latter rejected her an invitation to launch a samizdat women's journal, a women's publication, at first, and joined the group only in 1979 when she returned from camps. And I quote how she recalled this several years later. I had to go through women's camps and prisons to change my mind and realize that women's condition in our country needs a special conversation. End of the quote. In summer 1979, Mamonova repeated her offer to Tatiana Goricheva, who accepted to join the editorial board, and also invited Natalia Malakovskaya. Goricheva studied philosophy at the University of Leningrad and was closely familiar with existentialism. In 2017, when I interviewed her about her engagement with feminism, she explained her willingness to address the late Soviet women's condition by emphasizing the double burden that women in the late USSR had to bear, the double burden of full employment and the second shift, reproductive labor, household, house chores, etc. And she also emphasized the absence of discussion of women suffering in Leningrad's samizdat publications. However, and it is important, yeah, here you can see some of the quotes illustrating what I am referring to, speaking about motivation, what motivated these women to join the group, to become co-authors and co-editors of the Almanac Woman in Russia. However, I would like to emphasize that sympathy towards Marxism, Marxist feminism, or familiarity with Western second-wave feminist ideas was more of an exception than the rule in the group of authors and editors of the Almanac. In the interview I conducted with Natalia Malakovskaya in 2016, she confirmed that she had zero knowledge about Western feminism and did not even know the word feminism. She said only Mamonova was familiar with Western tendency of feminism. As she shared in the same interview, Malakovskaya, she invented actually her feminism from scratch, and she learned only upon her exile that she actually had, that her grandmother had been an active contributor to the early Soviet women's movement. This was not part of her story. This was not something that motivated her to become a feminist. She did this on her own. 10 copies of the Almanac Woman in Russia were published in September 1979. This publication addressed such problems faced by women in the late Soviet Russia as poor material conditions and women's double burden, well, issues that were actually part of broader public debates at the time. Crucially, however, I argued that the authors of Women's Samizdat approached these issues from different perspectives and went beyond the limits of the official discourse. Furthermore, they raised taboo issues such as gynecological and obstetric violence, the persistence of painful abortions carried out without effective anesthesia, humiliation and violence experienced by women in prisons. The Almanac the Almanac was actually critical of the outcomes of the Soviet solution to the woman question and critical of the women's status in the late USSR. But what solutions did the authors of the Almanac offer? I argued that from the very beginning we observe two major distinct patterns that emerge. Well, actually, there are many more perspectives that one may find in the Almanac. I'm focusing on only two major ones. On the one hand, Tatiana Mamonova sympathized with the Bolshevik project, the initial project of women's emancipation, and drew on the vocabulary of Western so-called second-wave feminism, denouncing patriarchy and even phallocracy of late Soviet society more broadly, but also of the dissident milieu in particular. On the other hand, Tatiana Goricheva argued for the need to go beyond the socioeconomic dimension of the woman question and drew on Christianity and the Russian Orthodox tradition to formulate an alternative ideal of womanhood, the one inspired by the image of the Mother of God. The first KGB persecutions followed immediately, resulting in the division of the group and the foundation of the magazine and club Maria. Tatiana Mamonova continued collecting texts on her own. She published them in Paris later, after her exile in 1980, whereas the group Maria was joined by many other women from the underground of Leningrad. According to one of the participants of the group, Natalia Dukova, whom I also interviewed in 2020, among the reasons of the group's division and the creation of a new Samizdat women's journal, Maria, was also the desire to evade Mamonova's authority and to enlarge the scope of issues that could be raised. In her personal interview, she mentioned that those who later founded the group Maria after the division were not that much interested in writing texts on phallocracy, but wanted to raise the question of the search of spirituality. And I actually argued that here we may observe some tendencies similar to the ones that were just described in the case of Yugoslavia, where we may speak about feminisms in the plural. You can see here on the slide a quote from Tatiana Goricheva, who later commented on this main division within the theoretical, the theoretical division within the group. The discussion club Maria was founded in March 1980 following the initiative of Yulia Voznesenskaya. Among its members, there were those who had already participated in the publication of Женщина и Россия, such as Sofia Sokolova, Galina Grigorieva, for instance. But there were also some new participants. Overall, we may speak about 20 women who joined the group at that period of time. Tatiana Beляева, Елена Шаныгина, Alla Sariban, Claudia Ratmanova, Irina Jasan, Natalia Lazareva, Елена Борисова, Renata Сычева, Anna Malonga, Людмила Левитина, Natalia Saverьева, Tatiana Fedotova, извините, sorry, Kari Unksova, and Natalia Voronina. The new publication continued the tradition of the almanac in its criticisms of the late Soviet women's status, further elaborating on previously addressed issues such as women's double burden, maltreatment of women in the medical institutions, women undergoing abortions without anesthesia, humiliated, etc. Furthermore, this new publication offered additional elaboration of a particular brand of feminism, the one that I refer to as a Christian or Russian Orthodox feminism. This kind of feminism, I argue, was developed in opposition to both the West, or how to put it, Western feminism, and here I'm referring to the notion that was used by the participants of the group at the time. Western feminism, which of course does not reflect the whole complexity of Western feminisms of the so-called second wave, but the term was used to refer primarily to the Western, to the kind of feminism that was represented by Tatiana Mamonova, who drew a lot on the Western feminist vocabulary in her critique and her criticism of this late Soviet women's status. On the other hand, this kind of feminism was also opposed to the Soviet emancipation project, and it was explicitly anti-Marxist, anti-communism. But they criticized these two kind of solutions, right? The Western one, even if very vaguely, and the Soviet one, the communist one. What did they suggest? What did they offer instead of it? The problem of women's emancipation was seen as not only and not that much political and socio-economic, but spiritual and ontological. Christianity was understood as the key solution to the crisis and major condition of genuine liberation, which no feminism devoid of Christianity could achieve. In her text, Witches in the Space, Ведьмы в космосе, by Tatiana Goricheva, published in Maria, she represented the Soviet emancipated women as a hermaphrodite and a sexual homunculus who has lost her story, age, and nature, sex. The Soviet woman was seen as devoid of her womanhood, a non-human being, as a witch, a valkyria, a she-devil, who abandoned all the feminine Christian virtues. Goricheva even introduced this notion, femina sovietica, to define the kind of womanhood that one could see on the covers of the journal Sovetskaya Zhenshina. I quote, animal smug, rough face with straw instead of hair and glass instead of eyes. Women judges, women administrative workers, women guards, harsh and fanatic, blindly obeying someone else's will and shamelessly treating the weaker. She concluded by encouraging women to restore their sex and their nature, which can be understood primarily as the nature corresponding to a certain kind of feminine ideal, primarily embodied by the Mother of God. And the figure of the Mother of God appears as the key, the ideal, the model of perfect femininity. By portraying the Mother of God as the protectress and intercessor for all who had lost hope of salvation in Russia, in the late Soviet Russia, the authors of Maria aligned themselves with the long tradition of Marian devotion in Russia. Also at the core, I should stop, right? Yeah, I'll stop. Okay, good. Okay. Also, at the core of this theory, we find the virtue of humility, смирение, the virtue that, according to the authors of Maria, was long misinterpreted and downplayed to the extent that it even lost its original Christian sense. And actually, it's interesting that they used humility and they interpreted humility in a very feminist way, actually. You may see, oh, it's not here, on the next slide. On the right, you may see in a quote from Alla Sariban, one of the group participants. She actually advocates for humility as the foundation for women's spiritual agency to resist within the authoritarian state. The activities of the group led to persecutions, and I don't have time to comment on that, but that aspect has already been covered partly. Here I just give you some of the factual details. And what is also important that, that whole activism of Maria, eventually it led to persecutions and the exile. And after the exile, there was an attempt to continue their activities in the West. Yulia Voznesenskaya, who worked for the International Society for Human Rights in Frankfurt am Main, and Tatiana Goricheva together, but also others, Natalia Malakovskaya, they founded Western chapter of Maria, and they tried to support their counterparts back in the USSR and reproduce Samizdat journal, the Samizdat journal in Tamizdat, and they did reproduce 3 issues. But actually, and it is very important, in my research, I identify a major issue related to the misunderstanding or the difficulty to understand the kind of feminism that Maria represented among Western feminists who at first were, showed a lot of solidarity and cooperation with the group, but later came to question the kind of feminism they promoted. And crucially, the support from the Soviet exiles, dissident exiles, while it was very substantial and important at the beginning, it was also limited, as is illustrated by the quote from Alla Sariban's letter, showing that, well, dissidents were not that open-minded as far as feminism went. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation about the religious, I would say, feminism. Perhaps it's worth reflecting on what we mean when we say feminism, if we are superimposing some sort of Western ideas of feminism when we are talking about it, but this phenomenon in the East. So, according to the program, we have a little pause here, a little break. Please come back. You just have 50 minutes, so at 5:15 I want you all here because we have another 2 presentations and then the discussion. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I beg your pardon, but I ask you to take your seats because we are going to start in just a few minutes. I would like also to ask all the speakers to join me on stage, as at the end of this session we are going to have a general conversation of your. So if I could ask Arthur, Anna, and please to come. I don't think there is going to be another. Okay. Yeah, we all have a microphone, so you can. And so, thank you. Once again, I will ask the presenters, the speakers, to come and join me on stage, all of them, so that we can then proceed with the general discussion at the end of the following two papers. I will then go on with introducing the fourth panelist for today, who is Susanna Madorova. Susanna currently works at the Institute of European Studies and International Relations of the Comenius University in Bratislava. Her research focuses on gender narratives of the Velvet Revolution, political subjectivity, and gender aspects of political communication. Well, okay. You can come later, or you can do as you like. Then at the end, I don't know. Okay, I don't think it's such a big problem. But there will be no presentation now, so it's fine. So Susanna's doctoral research focused on the politics, of historical memory from a gender perspective in the context of the Velvet Revolution, and her thesis was published in 2019 in Slovak, and the title would be Talking Back to November 1989, Gender Aspects of Memory. Her presentation today is entitled Gender Aspects of Anti-Communist Resistance in Czechoslovakia, so I will leave you the podium. You also have 15 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and also thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to contribute to this great pool of research and ideas. So as the presentation comes from very many places and contexts, I would like to start by contextualizing this presentation and this speech. So let me start with the context of Czechoslovak dissent. Well, you know that state socialism was not a monolithic period, and while the 1950s were times of strong political pressure and political trials, in the 1960s, people experienced more freedom, accompanied by new political ideas and cultural sparks. This culminated in what is known as the Prague Spring, the brief period of political liberation and protest in 1968. When in August 1968, the Soviet Union-led Warsaw Pact troops invaded Czechoslovakia, the occupation and collaboration of political elites halted reformist trends and started a period that was called normalization. A return to normal discipline and obedience, harsh political pressure and persecutions. And it is this period of normalization that I will talk about in this presentation. However, it is important to say that while the presentation is about Czechoslovakia, the situation in these two parts, the Czech and Slovak part, was very different. Persecutions in Czechia were more strict and the resistance was more pronounced. Stark differences could be observed also between urban and rural areas, particularly the capitals Prague and Bratislava and other parts of the country. Therefore, it is important to say that the presentation will focus mostly on resistant groups in Bratislava in the 1970s and early 1980s. And I will try to make also links to research on the Czech dissent. And the reason for this quite narrow focus is also the availability of research and the lack of information, data and research that is there. Therefore, the main sources for this presentation are basically two books. The first one is by Slovak sociologist Olga Gyarfasova, who published a book based on 10 interviews with women actors opposing the regime in Bratislava, mostly in the 70s. That is called How We Lived in the Years of Normalization, interviews with women actors of the resistance community. And the second one is from the Czech Republic, and it was written by journalist Nadia Strakova and scholar Marcela Linková, and is called The Apartment Revolt, How Women Made Dissent. There are also other projects, however, they are still ongoing or quite partial, so this will be the main sources. Despite the differences, there were many similarities, including those related to gender order, and this will be the links, or this will make the links between the two countries. So to address the question, what can gender as a perspective or analytical category tell us about the resistance against the communist regime, I focus on 3 dimensions. The first one consists of social bonds, relationships, and communities. The second one is about space. And the third one is about everyday activities. So let's start with the first one, social bonds, relationships, and communities. So when writing about the alternative space of resistance in Bratislava, sociologist and active participant of anti-communist resistance Olga Gyarfasova called it in Slovak spoločenstvo vzdoru, something like a community of resistance. But the term community does not fully grasp the original meaning. Spoločenstvo is more vague, in flux, and less coherent. However, it still highlights that social bonds play an important role in opposing the regime. In the interview with women participants, this community, spoločenstvo, takes shape through relationships, such as romantic relationship, family, and friendship, or through bonds of trust with strangers who were united by resistance to the regime or by mutual acquaintances. As one of the resisting actors, Jolana Kusa describes, and I quote, "For example, one Friday, 6 such long-haired people rang our doorbell, saying there was some concert, I think it was organized by Laco Snopko in Pezinok, and we were just leaving the house. So I showed them the house, gave them the keys, showed them the fridge to take whatever they found. We left and left them in the house for the weekend. And then they threw the keys into the mailbox." So you see the, unknown people and this sort of trust that is even difficult to imagine today, but was very present. So it was also the very important symbolic community. In the stories that are told, it is precisely relationships that created a foundation for any kind of activity, for resistance against the regime as well as for everyday life, for the possibility to breathe freely, to emigrate, or to continue working and caring. The women's stories, grounded in social bonds, thus undermine expectations rooted in individualism and the view of the protagonists as autonomous, self-sufficient beings who independently possess the capacity to act. The women's stories instead move closer to a vision of social existence shaped by interwoven ties that define us as social beings. This construction of agency takes on a social and relational dimension, one that is typically absent from historical narratives about male heroes, whether dissidents or revolutionaries. However, what becomes visible is not only the positive aspects of social bonds, but also how these very ties render people vulnerable. In the women's stories, the women became vulnerable precisely because of their relationships with partners, God, friends, parents, or the political regime. The very relationships that provided safety, trust, and closeness also brought uncertainty, the experience of vulnerability, and the risk of violence. For instance, dissident partners, children, parents, friends, colleagues were at risk and had to endure economic insecurity, for instance, when dissidents were fired due to political reasons and could not find a stable job, or when they went to prison, or police searches at homes that impacted also children. Lastly, the close bonds and relationships proved to be a barrier when reflecting on gender relations in resisting communities. While women actors resisted political order, they very rarely resisted gender order within these communities or families. Critical reflection of the gender division of labor, and I will talk about the amount of that labor soon, would mean a critique of those they respected and often loved. Now, the second dimension, which is the dimension of space. The private sphere into which diverse activities in search of refuge from the state moved was gendered. It was perceived primarily as a sphere of women's work. On the one hand, it allowed women to participate in opposition activities, which was really important. On the other hand, it often reinforced gendered division of labor. Reproductive labor that keeps running communities, activities, families, and social movements once again became attached to women. And by incorporating activities that had previously been carried out in public into the structure of the private sphere, this attachment was once again, and in a new context, taken for granted and became invisible in history. Strategic planning, brainstorming, creating samizdats, organizing private exhibitions, or household universities, these and other opposition activities took place in households, very often in kitchens, and women played an important part in them. The communities of resistance existed in the blurred boundary between public and private space, as shown in the words of Anna Budayeva, one of the resisting women, describing how their apartment was always full of people. And I quote, "There was no private life, except maybe at night. But I never had any objections to coming home and not having privacy. I always provided support for my husband. But when I became part of this spiritual community, I disappeared for a while. Many times I wasn't at home, but for me it was an absolute salvation." So this part of the story illustrates how apartments became semi-public places where women were active political participants and often also conducted their domestic care work as part of the work for the community. However, it also shows another thing, how women opposition actors created space for themselves. They found a space for their own in different places, sometimes in their jobs, sometimes in spiritual communities, or even in emigration. The search for and creation of a space that allowed the interviewees to be themselves, to act and feel freely, recalls the journey toward a symbolic room of one's own. This metaphor was used by English writer and thinker in a completely different context, Virginia Woolf, to describe the need for a personal space, one that had been denied to women for centuries, and that is a fundamental condition for any kind of creative work. In the context of women resisting communist oppression, a room of one's own was not a precondition for participating in the public sphere constrained by the normalization, but for being active within the community of resistance. So what we can see in the stories of women actors is a three-dimensional space. Public space was not safe for expressing political views. Households largely served as a refuge, though they often did not provide sufficient protection from the state security, as cases of surveillance or household searches illustrate. At the same time, some households were porous spaces where privacy didn't exist, as their doors were constantly open to others from the community. Finally, the third spatial dimension is the space for oneself, presented as existing outside both the public and the private. Lastly, the third dimension, which is everyday activities and everyday resistance. We often learn that resistance is seen as a trait of the subject, an internal attribute of the actor. Resistance, defined in this way, is generally masculine, linked to the male role of dissident, citizen, or revolutionary. However, the concept of everyday resistance, not as a trait of the subject, but as a practice, is fundamentally different. It focuses on circumstances and context of action. And it views actors as those who may resist in some situations, but not in others. This challenges the notion of unified heroes and heroines, and shifts our attention elsewhere to the possibilities and diversity of action in relation to specific everyday situations in the home, workplace, public sphere, during police interrogations, or even in conversations with partners. Here, resistance is understood as intersectional. The actor may simultaneously resist political power and the gender order prevailing in both society and the alternative community. Or they may use the gender order to resist the political regime if the situation calls for it. For instance, when another participant, Jolana Kusa, threatened to divorce her dissident husband to blame state institutions for the breakup of the family and turn it into a scandal, like her role of a wife and mother was utilized in this political fight. Or when women carried samizdats in other political documents, in shopping bags or children's trolleys. It echoes stories from the Solidarity movement in Poland. Their two female opposition actors employed elements of stereotypical femininity in political fight. The presumed apolitical nature and disengagement of mothers who should be assigned to the private sphere were used as tools to smuggle samizdat publications, organize unions, and at certain times even lead the solidarity movement. Small verbal acts of defiance, jokes, questions, ironic remarks, or responses that contradicted what the police interrogators wanted to hear played a significant role in resistant actions as well. These speech acts also served as a strategy for maintaining a sense of relative normalcy in households under the control of the state security. For instance, children were included in conversations about political or family situations, and members of the secret police who were listening in became acknowledged parts of the household. Parents and children not only spoke about them, but even addressed them directly as listeners through the surveillance devices. This tongue-in-cheek domestication of police tools diminished their terrifying power, making it possible to continue everyday family life. The significance of resistance is also evident in acts of disobedience, such as rocking a surveillance van, whose occupants couldn't reveal themselves by getting out, or pretending to take photos of state security officers. So we see some extraordinary acts. but also how resistance was incorporated into everyday life. According to sociological surveys, women conducted much more hours of paid and unpaid work than men, back then and now as well. The term double burden that we already heard today is commonly used to describe that women, after coming back from paid job, start their second shift in unpaid domestic work. However, the Czech sociologist Marcela Linková, who also did interviews with women dissidents in the Czech Republic, those that were somehow active in the Charter 77 group, claims, based on these interviews, that they experienced a burden that was 4 times heavier than those of men. And I quote, "The women of Charter did not have the usual 2 shifts, work and family and household, but rather 3 or 4, if we add in securing activities for the Charter and coping with surveillance, harassment, or threats from the state security. The workload of dissident women was thus enormous. The time that would normally have been devoted to looking after the children, doing homework, preparing dinner, and so on, was also filled with receiving guests and visitors, entertaining and talking to them, cleaning up after visitors, and preparing samizdats, transcribing, preparing packages for distribution, attending demonstrations, and so on." End of quote.
To wrap up in a couple of minutes. Thanks.
I am wrapping up. So, previous research on oppositional activities in Poland and Czechoslovakia before 1989 suggests that when women's experiences are included in the established narrative, it not only enriches the story, but also unsettles and rewrites the very course, forms, and spaces of resistance to political power. According to Linková, the range of activities that women engage in within Charter 77 is broad and cannot be reduced to the claim that women merely carried out supportive roles. Instead, the idea of primary and secondary activities needs to be questioned, and different types of work should be understood as interrelated, mutually reinforcing, and interdependent. This approach holds great potential for making visible the diversity of roles within social movements or more fragmented opposition communities. It also carries theoretical potential as it challenges and redefines what is understood as political and civic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now we are going to attend our last presentation today by Alina Doboszewska, who is a cultural anthropologist and a sociologist at the Institute of Sociology of the Jagiellonian University. Her scientific interests include the theoretical and practical aspects of oral history methodology, and in addition to that, as an NGO activist, she has completed over a dozen oral history projects in Poland, Ukraine, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Sweden, and has put together 11 documentary films based on interview, which is also the reason why I will have to step down so that you can watch something in the presentation. And the title or her speech today is going to be a biographical experience of Ukrainian female dissidents. Thank you very much.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you, organizers, for invitation to this conference, and it's a big honor for me to be here. And I think I can add something to the speech of Mr. Zakharov, to some details of these women about which he talked, and continued the previous presentation in some topics. But I'd like to start from showing a short video. Please start video.
То нам все було вже так, ми якось з тим мирилися і жили і радувалися життям, але воно все було, знаєте, таке переслідуване, вже в страху. Ну, але ж молодь не здавалася, все-таки вони добивалися свого, і декому було дивно, що ви можете зробити проти такої великої імперії. Тож неможливо, тож вас всіх знищать і все, і не буде. Але бачите, йшли люди на такі справи і не здавалися, і добивалися, і потім про тих політв'язнів цілий світ говорив, всі знали за кордоном, і Радіо Свобода, і Голос Америки, всі говорили, вони всі були вже на такому світовому піднесенні, світ про них знав, і вони вже боялися, вони не могли їх вже знищити. Ну, але так, знаєте, нищили морально, там вже тюрма, звичайно. Що це. Але і ми жінки підтримували своїх чоловіків. Ми всі в тому були, ми всі підтримували одне другого, бо інакше не можна було, як за це взялися, треба боротися до кінця.
Що їздила ж я на ці побачення весь час, бо був арештований брат і майбутній чоловік, він був тоді наречений. Вже по виходу з ув'язнення я одружилася. Якщо говорити про те, що в мене було їх двоє ув'язнених, і треба було їздити, треба було писати, треба було підтримувати, побачень не давали. Такі були ситуації, наприклад, могло бути побачення з В'ячеславом. Я взяла, набрала тих продуктів на побачення на 3 дні, поїхала, відбував своє ув'язнення в мордовських таборах. Бо кимсь треба було добиратися якимись машинами через ліс. І я приїхала, і для того, щоб не дати цього побачення, вони сказали, що вони пофарбували приміщення для побачень. Хоч побачення мало бути, і це ж я так не приїхала без дозволу. І щоб я там не лишалася і нічого не розпитувала ніде нікого, то вони сказали, що буде машина і вивезуть вони нас на станцію залізничну. Та машина посеред лісу поламалася, а то був такий, вже сніг був у тій Мордовії, якась така розбита колія, і я і ті жінки йшли тим снігом вночі до тієї станції, досить далеко. І я пам'ятаю, як я з того наплечника викидала ці продукти, клала їх десь там під кущами і йшла далі. Так я прийшла з порожнім уже наплечником і без побачення на станцію. Пам'ятаю ще теж такий один момент, коли ми з мамою зайшли на побачення, у мами витягували з рота вставні зуби, перевіряли. Це такі жахи, знаєте, а потім на виході могли обстежувати взагалі цих жінок гінекологічно. Знаєте, це такі жахіття, і ти не мав права нічого сказати, бо тебе позбавлять. Якщо ти будеш протестувати, тебе позбавлять побачення, якого там чекає, чи син, чи брат чекає, і хоче зустрітися з рідними, і хоче щось зрештою передати на захід, бо саме ми вивозили. Ви знаєте, роль нас, жінок, це ще ніхто не оцінив так, як треба, тому що ті матеріали, які з'являлися на Заході, і Захід дізнавався про те, що робиться тут в Радянському Союзі в ті часи, то це ж тільки завдяки цим матерям, жінкам, сестрам, які в якийсь спосіб вивозили ці матеріали.
Я вважаю, що тюрми і табори пішли мені на користь. Ви знаєте, воно, звичайно, тяжко пережити. Це все, знаєте, одне діло так розказується, а насправді це страшні пережиття, там всякого доводилося натерпітися, всякого приниження. І і тюрми, і тут тюрми КГБ, і так по тюрмах. Але врешті я побачила цю систему ізнутрі, як наче ти побував у череві цієї злої системи. І великий досвід – це справжній університет.
Thank you. My statement is based on 18 autobiographical narrative interviews with women associated with the Ukrainian dissident movement. The interviews were conducted by me between 2017 and 2020 in Kyiv, Lviv, and Kharkiv. Access to female interviewees from this community was made possible through the intermediary of the National Council of Women of Ukraine. Interviews were conducted according to oral history methodology. The interviewees mostly belonged to the generation born in 1930s, 11 persons. 5 were born in the 40s, 1 in 1956, and 1 daughter of dissidents in 1973. All interviewees classified themselves as members of the intelligentsia, mostly first generation with a peasant background. Especially the representatives of creative intelligentsia were involved in dissident activities. One of the problems that arose in conducting these interviews is significant. Firstly, my female interviewees were very surprised to find out that I didn't want to hear about their husbands, brothers, or other important male personalities, but about themselves. They remain in the shadow of the famous male figures who are always in the foreground. Behind their backs, women become invisible. However, even when they understood I wanted to talk about themselves, they kept coming back to stories about men. It was very difficult for them to focus on themselves, especially those who, after the death of their husband or brother, are trying to preserve the memory of him. Information about women's participation in the dissident movement often has to be sought between the lines, asking questions about things that are so obvious to the interviewees that they do not even mention that, especially those related to everyday life. Women in the Ukrainian dissident movement mainly provided the entire organizational side. They organized some VDAV, underground publications, typed text, transported publications, contacted Western journalists, distributed money, learned legislation in order to effectively defend the imprisoned, provided food and other necessities to the imprisoned, took care of their families, and formed self-help groups. These are seemingly simple actions, required great effort, courage, and constant vigilance under the conditions of the time. The system tried to break down this resistance with constant harassment. The dissidents were constantly followed and interrogated by KGB. Their homes were searched. They were made unemployed. Their phone conversations were tapped. Listening devices were installed even in their bedrooms. Rumors and gossip were spread to divide the community, and even children were threatened. For Ukrainian dissidents, social support, both given and received, was fundamental to survival in an extremely hostile environment. Their social network was not very extensive, but extremely intense. There is no space here to discuss all forms of support, which was very diverse. The basic form was instrumental support, assistance in acquiring food, clothing, and other items necessary both for family and prisoner survival. This kind of support falls within the traditional caring role of women, who remain in the private social space despite relating to what happens in the public political space. Other types of support, however, requiring going into the political space. Information support consisted of organizing, transporting, and distributing publications, communicating with Western journalists, and studying law to effectively protect prisoners. A very important information strategy was to report news to foreign correspondents. The information activities had an important effect. Political prisoners in the USSR were no longer anonymous. They were reported outside the country as part of human rights activities. On the one hand, this was an extension of the occurring family role of women. They supported their men, as one of my interviewees said. On the other hand, the need to remain underground meant that their actions necessarily pushed them into invisibility. The only situations in which they openly stepped out into the political space occurred when there was no other option. When it was necessary to use methods of direct resistance to protect prisoners, such as a hunger strike. Dissident resistance was neither armed resistance nor a terrorist struggle, nor did it have the possibility of appealing to mass social movements, as it was happening in Poland at the same time with the Solidarity movement. The starting point for dissident activity in the USSR was compliance with the law. Of course, this quest for compliance with the law was mostly ineffective, often simply ignored by the authorities. Sometimes it was possible to win something in this way, but above all, it provided a sense of meaning and reliance on overt norms, countering the widespread sense of powerlessness resulting from pervasive fear. It also made it possible to appeal to world public opinion on the basis of reference to violations of specific legal provisions. Women dissidents had an excellent grasp of the law and often did not hesitate to enter the political space directly, protesting against its violation, for example, by writing open letters to state authorities. In spite of the difficult conditions in which they had to live and act, female dissidents show strength and agency in their statements. The tremendous work that female dissidents did for social change, which contributed significantly to the creation of an independent Ukrainian state, places them as full participants of the dissident movement. By analyzing the actions and awareness of Ukrainian dissidents in terms of the resistance studies and construction of a structure of mutual social support, this process can be shown as a part of a more universal phenomenon of social resistance in totalitarian systems. Redefining the category of resistance allows us to capture the more subtle dimensions of protest, including analysis of the daily practices of ordinary people. The paths of social resistance they forge were given continuity, even if unconsciously, in the activities of the next generation of Ukrainian women. It can be continued in research on the role of women in both Ukrainian revolutions, 2004 and 2014, as well as the resistance to aggressor nowadays. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So you can sit down, and the other speakers, if they want, they can also sit down. Now we are going to have comments and questions asked by very important discussant. Our discussant is Juliane Fürst. Juliane Fürst is an historian of the Soviet and post-Soviet space with a special interest in non-conformism, dissent, and youth culture. She is a professor at the Central Eastern University with a joint appointment with the Center of Contemporary History of Potsdam University, where she also co-head the Department of Communism Society. Her two most famous books are Stalin's Last Generation, Soviet Post-War Youth and the Emergence of Mature Nationalism, and Flowers Through Concrete, an exploration in Soviet hippie land. So thank you very much. You also have, I think, something like 15 minutes, and then we will say thanks.
Thank you, Simon. Ich möchte anfangen und mich auch bei den Organisatoren bedanken, vor allem natürlich.
Thank you. I would like to start, and I would like to say thank you to the organizers, to Memorial, and to the foundation, and to Boris Belenkin. That's why I'm starting in German. And it's.
I just want to say. Belenkin ist, der mich hier eingeladen hat, und Boris seit 1999.
In 1999, Boris Belenkin opened me the access to the library of Memorial, and that was a very special place.
All the speakers to this wonderful presentations, which I learned a lot, and I'm going to start with actually two anecdotes out of my own life researching non-conformist people, but also non-conformist women. And for me, the central question that arises out of the whole conference, but in particular for this panel, is why is it that we know so little about women resistors, women dissidents? And does this have to do with the actual facts on the ground, where there are less women resistors and less women nonconformists, or does it have to do with historical memory and narrative? So the first anecdote is not really an anecdote, it's a general. I spent 10 years, what I call on the hippie trail, researching the Soviet hippie Tema, the hippie network. And initially, I started out with a woman, Umka, who's a singer in Moscow, and was then very quickly passed on to men. And everybody always told me about the Gerlant, the wonderful girls with whom they had contact. And when I asked what their name were, they're like, oh, we don't know, we don't remember. And for literally years, I was chasing these elusive hippie girls until I then basically had one breakthrough and started to encounter the female network, who remembered the names of their men very well and generally had a better memory. Interestingly, because I spent so long researching the book, the situation kind of changed because the men all died off, and then the women started to gather on Facebook and other social media and were more apt at it than the men usually, and now the web memory is very female-laden, but when I started out, it was very male. So there was this transition. And the other anecdote refers to a research I did for my first book. I was interviewing one famous dissident in Leningrad, St. Petersburg, Irina Verblovskaya, who's probably known to many of you, who was the was a collaborator of Revolt Pimenov, famous dissident, mathematician. And many years later, I sat in a conference, and Benjamin Trombley, who also interviewed Verblovskaya, recounted his interview with her. And while my impression of the interview had been that she had been left feeling slightly resentful by the role Revolt Pimenov played in her life, and that she felt she deserved more claim to the activities they had done together, including publishing Samizdat, etc. His takeaway from an interview with the same woman in around the same time was that she was very happy to be the wife and do the subsidiary services. Why am I telling this story? Just because I want to impress that the question of gender, of femininity, of femaleness, of women's work is not only concerning the subjects of our research, the women we research, but us researchers themselves. The general discourse which is prevailing both at the time we are looking at, so the historical time, as well as the contemporary time, the time we interpret things. Now, I must say that even my view on female hippies started to change as I was writing up. The Me Too moment happened, and I started to have different questions again. So what I want to add to all these discussions we had today is the question of positionality, both of our subjects, but also of ourselves and the discourse in which we live in. The question is, of course, does our research agenda, as it has been so far, privilege a certain narrative that has privileged the role of men? And I just want to cite the book by Josie von Sitzewitz, who is also probably well known in this room, on Samizdat, by adding a chapter on the women who typed this very important Samizdat, started to have a completely different view on the participation and role and labor involved in producing Samizdat. But it also came very clearly, was articulated in the lectures we had this afternoon. The second thing I want to point out is that, of course, and it has also been pointed out already, that there are, of course, different feminisms at play. In fact, I would say there are about 3, if not even 4, different variants of feminism. The first one is the one which wouldn't be called feminism, but which is quite now often called the first wave, the Clara Zetkin type of feminism that was into women's rights, translated in the socialist state mostly in the right to work, but also had a certain rights to childcare, to welfare, things which are now often missed in now that these states have left socialism. Interestingly, this type of feminism was rarely invoked because it was so tied up with the socialist state that it did not lend itself well for oppositional activity. So while a lot of this feminism was taken for granted, my correspondents rarely invoked it as something they strove for. The second type is, of course, the type which was mostly around for people in discussion this afternoon. It's second wave feminism. Here we have already the term feminism used widely both in the West, partially also in the East. It seems like Yugoslavia was a kind of, as often, a bridging point between the two systems. With the key sentence of the personal is the political. That was, however, not often accepted in the East as a valuable sentiment, partly because the personal and the political, having the personal dragged into the political or having the personal dragged into public was exactly one of the repressive strategies of the states, and again was therefore not resonating in the same way in socialist countries. And then, of course, we have the third wave, which is actually already dissolving the categories, the biological categories of gender. It's mostly represented by Arthur Clech in his paper, where he claims that the subjectivity of both gay and lesbian men and women were actually the same, and therefore we can see them as one category, despite, of course, their biological differences. And in this third wave, I would say it is all about choice rather than rights. And a lot of us come out of this third wave feminism and are interviewing and dealing with people who have been socialized in either the first or the second wave. So I think we have to be very careful what we use to interpret what and with what kind of implications. One of the dangers I saw is that we tend to conflate marginal with marginalized. So I found it very interesting that we had a paper on homosexuality, and I think it is because we have learned intersectionality, we have learned to be attentive to intersectionality, rightly so, but it is an interesting phenomenon that we think of women and we think immediately of marginal instead of marginalized. Women de facto are more than 50% of the world population, and therefore we have to ask ourselves if the term marginal, which we immediately invoke, is in fact a justified association. Thirdly, I'm interested in, and that is actually also drawing on things which were said this morning in various papers, that we are stuck with categories used in Soviet times. So we are obviously the male, female, but also the marginal and dominant category, the official and the non-official. And I was hearing that some of the most promising routes actually were trying to go into categories that truly reflected intersectionality, such as materiality, emotions and affect were mentioned this morning, including the affect by Irina Sandemiska, who's unfortunately left. We have to these artifacts or to the testimony of our subjects, which then, of course, is also another category of the subject-author relationship, which comes back to the positionality I was mentioning. Spaces and speciality also figured large. And then fourth, and this is already my last point, is the question of violence. We have heard of the heroic deeds of women. We have heard of the indignation they had to suffer. All of this, the violence that is often not mentioned is the violence that, of course, was happening internally, because the overarching narrative is one of anti-Sovietness. The joint endeavor of anti-Sovietness basically prevents a close or very critical look at a community that, of course, reflected all the stereotypes and all the violent behaviors of the larger society. So I do want to mention that, at least in my research, over many years, and not initially, but literally after years of conversation, women came forward with incidences of violence, both verbal and as an action within their own community. And I think if we speak about the female experience in resistance and opposition, we have to face these instances as well, which are, I wouldn't say, completely marginal, because the personality, the dissident personality was one of quite. One had to be of a certain mind to be able to resist a socialist state, and it's quite often these have been mentioned, very emotionally intense experiences, very intense emotional relationships, which I think also quite often bred emotionally intense relationships within the community. So one of the things, to come back to my examples, as I say, many years after I started interviewing hippie women, were started telling me about violence and rapes within the hippie community, and also in an aftermath of our conversation, Irina Verblovskaya was calling me back to tell me that her relationship has also been one of violence. I think, I think that is part of the experience, and not wanting to stop on this very somber note, I thank again the participants for really interesting and excellent papers.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much for these really interesting and inspiring comments. I was wondering whether the speakers would like to react to them immediately, or if they prefer to also collect some other questions. And how do you? Let's go with other questions. Okay. So, and then we will see. So it's open to the audience to raise your hands and please make questions and comments or other. And I will perhaps take the microphone to you if you are. Oh no. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Melina. So there is a question, Yevhen Zakharov. Over there.
I have a question to Artur Clech. Please tell me, it is known that in Russia, in Ukraine, convicted representatives of the LGBT community are kept in the penitentiary facilities separately from everyone else. They live in separate barracks. They take the food separately. They do not communicate with other inmates and so on. We conducted a study in Ukraine. We see 10 to 15% of all the inmates belonging to that group. Can you please tell us what is the situation regarding the LGBT minorities in Europe in the penitentiary system? Is there anything similar, or is it impossible at all?
Are there any other questions, comments for the time? Yes. Yes? No? Yes? Over there?
I have a question to the last two papers. You told that these women dissidents, they were very actively involved in these protest activities, but not in an ambitious way. Is it like, can this be explained by the fact that the participation in that movement was not for them a career? That it did not have any benefits. Because if you take social movements in a capitalist societies, this participation in a movement is usually a part of a biographical trajectory which is much more broad. I mean, some activists later find jobs and so on. You know how it goes. And here it was completely different. So it was... What was it? Some kind of collectivity, a non-capitalist type of collectivity. So I don't know if you think that it is interesting to link this result to the analysis of this nature of society, not only the dimension of authoritarianism, but also dimension of economic situation and general life strategies, I'll say.
Okay. Thank you so much. I would collect at least another questions. Yeah?
Thank you. My question is also for mainly for Susanne and Alina and others who would like to join in. Very welcome. And I wanted to ask you about so some of the women that participated in resistance, and for example, there was a bit of Ray Sordenko's interview, were also imprisoned, and in your opinion, how did it convey in their narratives of themselves, of their life, of the community, this imprisonment? Did it change this narrative, and in what way? So yeah, that's if I put it shortly.
Okay, thank you so much. Perhaps, okay, let's have another one over there.
I would like to complement the question that Yevgeny asked about gay people in the prisons, because I cannot speak about the Russian experience. I'm from Belarus, but I would like to share the Belarusian experience. The point is that in Belarus, gay people are the most vulnerable group. They are used by the secret services. They are blackmailed by the rape in prisons. If they get into prison, they are raped and they're humiliated horribly. It's not that they are isolated. They just become untouchable in the prisons. And it is really horrible things that are happening to them. But somehow, I do not hear, maybe I'm not following the topic, but I can't quite hear that LGBT activists would be talking about it. I can't hear them talking about what's happening in Belarusian prisons and how these people are humiliated and tortured. Maybe here in the West, we need to pay attention to this particular category of people.
I would say that perhaps it's better to start with some reactions and answers from the speakers. So perhaps we are going in the same order as you presented. It's the more orderly way. So I will ask Artur to go first.
Так, если вы не возражаете.
So I will answer the questions in Russian that were asked in Russian. You were speaking about the subjectivities. I would say I have a rather different, or a slightly different argumentation. I think they argued that they have something in common, so they share a subjectivity. So when it comes to LGBT representatives of the LGBT community in prisons in Europe, I'm not a specialist, but I would recommend to you the books, the studies by Lev Crane. They're very comprehensive, and he also dedicated some chapters to Europe and the US. I read it very long time ago, so I cannot remember precisely what he wrote there. I focused in my presentation and in my scholarly work on the Soviet period, but I would say that sexual preferences, sexual orientation established a hierarchy in the Gulag and in prisons and camps. It was less connected to Article 121 then, and as you know, some of the practices are still continuing. So it's less about the penal code that now has been renewed. It's more about having somebody to put down, having somebody to look down to. And, for example, a person can lose in a game of cards, and then he can be humiliated. And then he becomes one of the humiliated, one of the lower caste, so to say. And you know it better than I do. What you said in with regards to Belarus is also used in Georgia. And it's one of the topics that I'm currently dealing with. The question of denouncing or snitching on others. Of course, people from the LGBT community are being blackmailed. They are the ideal victims for blackmail. And I won't go into detail, but it's also reflected in literature. For example, in the Faculty of Unnecessary Things by Dombrowski, we see how family members were actually reporting to the authorities, reporting to the Secret Service on each other and denouncing each other. And somehow nothing happened, because it feels as if the government or the state is so alienated from the people that there is no difference between the people. And I think this is a significant difference to post-Soviet times.
If I repeat something that was already said, my Russian is quite bad and it gets progressively worse during the day, so I hope I won't repeat anything. I was thinking about your question why we know so little about women that resisted. Was it that there were no women that were resisting? Which I think we all know was more of a rhetorical question. I was thinking that the last two presentations today showed very clearly that it has to do not with what we're looking for, but how we look at something, how we look at women resisting, meaning that we need to rethink the sources that we use as evidence of resistance, to think about different ways of resisting and how these acts of resistance are preserved, but also the definitions and concepts that we are working with. So I think this project of thinking about women's resistance is also a project of rethinking what the definition of resistance is. And on a different note, I just remembered when you were telling your stories about how no men remembered the names of the women that were in the group. You're probably all familiar with the Praxis group from Yugoslavia, the Praxis school. And when you think about it, you probably imagine a group of men. But their publications involved so many women that worked as translators. They weren't publishing their own texts, but they were translating them. And through this, they asserted their agency, because translation is not simply an act of reproducing a text, but also producing something. It's a conscious act of selection. So they played an extremely important role in the body of knowledge and literature that the Praxis school produced, but they were left on the sides. And that would be my response.
It's fine, thank you. Anna?
Thank you so much, Juliane, for your comment on all our lectures, the presentations, and thank you to my colleagues here. It was extremely, interesting, and I've learned a lot, and it also made me think about a lot of things and my own research. And I would just want to continue on what Anna Maria has just said, speaking about resistance and how we tend to understand resistance. I would even, it actually made me think about agency and what we tend to perceive as agency, agency as resistance to the norms. But I also, it also just made me think about Saba Mahmoud and her analysis of women's participation in the Islamic revival in Egypt, and how agency can be redefined as a capacity to resist within the limitations that are imposed on the actors, and actually just broadening the very understanding of what is resistance, what is being an agent. And it also, your comment about how when we analyze, we also, we should bear in mind our positionality, and we here today, I was thinking a lot about all the care work that women do and did, and in the first part of today, we spoke about women wives, and all the care work that they do. That is so essential. You take them out, you would never have any samizdat publication, right? I mean, it's impossible, right? But it's not something that we tend to focus on, right? And I mean, it's also maybe it's problem with us today that care is so downgraded, right? I mean, and that just made me think about it, not, about how what we tend to focus on, what we are looking for, how we perceive certain actions. And that's why I appreciated so much your, especially the two latest presentations focusing on different, all different forms that resistance and agency may take, this broader repertoire of resistance activism, just deconstructing it a little bit. It's been really great. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Susanna, please.
Thank you. Well, there are so many things. Thank you so much for your comments and many ideas to think about, and also questions. Just one thing that I would like to maybe address is exactly the positionality issue, because that was something I was dealing with a lot. I didn't do the interviews myself. I was on, as I mentioned, the interviews with this opposition actors in Bratislava were done by sociologist Olga Gyerfasová, who was also part of this group. So the way these interviews were made are, in a friendly manner. They reflect on the things they know, they experience together. So it was a different type of interview than when we usually do research interviews. And I contributed to this book with, some kind of intergenerational contribution and kind of analysis of these interviews. And one thing that I struggled with when I started reading was my own expectations from what I am supposed to learn from these interviews. I expected a lot of description about what these women did, how these universities or lectures in households were conducted, how they were organized, and that were my questions that I wanted to know about. And I kept reading about these relationships and ties and bonds and different type of reflections. So it very much went against my expectation, and I struggled with it. That's why one of these things I reflected was actually the social bonds and ties, because I just realized that this is what was important for them. Different type of agency, different type that went against individualism and individual agency that we experience today. So the positionality issue was very important. Then adding maybe one more question would be, how useful this thinking about feminist waves coming from the West how useful they are in the context of East Central Europe and what we actually discussed. But I mean, that's a completely different issue that we can discuss other time. And then questions, you asked about the women contributions that were not really ambitious. And here again, I need to get back to this difference between experiences in Czech and the Slovak part of Czechoslovakia, because in the Czech part, you can read a lot about women dissidents that were, speakers of the Charter 77, that were more visible, that were more somehow at the head of these organizing communities and their agency was different. When I spoke about this, women in Bratislava, it very much was different type of community. That's why I didn't call them dissidents. They do not call themselves dissidents. But not only women, most of the men doesn't call themselves dissidents as well. It was mostly like civic and cultural community. Społeczeństwo, something that was very vague, connected with ties here and there. It wasn't that well organized. There were not many political goals back then. So that's why these differences between different parts of the country are important. And I think it very much connects to this question of ambition. But it also is connected to this relationships and community and the way agency was acted out, because it was very much rooted in partnerships, in relationships. So yes, it wasn't that much individual activity that would be ambitious. So yes. In a way, it connects to the different way of life, but also a different way of organizing in this particular community. And then narratives of imprisonment, or the experience of imprisonment, like how it influenced the narratives. There was only, like in those interviews I analyzed, there was only one participant that actually went through imprisonment. And that was very much connected to her like spiritual activities. So it was very specific, but in a way it was very similar to other narratives, because one of the things that resonated in that interview was also like small acts of resistance, how she resisted in the prison. How she tried to, by praying or like saying the prayers out loud, for instance, how this would make her like own freedom somehow within the prison. So there were, of course, like many differences, but also many similarities with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Alina, please.
Thank you very much also for your comments. For me, I think that there are a lot of feminist paths to interpret dissident women. For me, it's very important the path which showed Sherry Ortner about social support as a kind of resistance. It's very important for me, and also the book of Shana Penn about Polish woman of Solidarity movement, and she shows also some mechanism of pushing women dissident into invisibility and so on and so on. And about Ukrainian dissident, I think that the next step of interpretation have to be intersectional interpretation, because they were women, they were Ukrainians in Soviet Union, in Russificated Soviet Union, and they were, some of them were intellectuals or independent artists, which were also prosecuted. And there are a lot of dimensions for interpreting their role. Yes, and two questions yet. First was about how they involved to the dissident movement. We can find maybe two groups, two types of involvement. One type is how to say, independent intellectuals and artists, yes? In 60s, sześćdziesiątniki, sorry, not Ukrainian, but English, they created creative youth clubs in some cities of Ukraine, and they grow to this consciousness, this awareness of contradict to official culture, official politics, and so on. For example, artists like Gorska, Stefania Szabatura, intellectuals like Mikhail Kotyubinska, they were, it was their own way of life to join to dissident movement. But we have also the second group of dissident women. They joined to the dissident movement because of family reasons. Mothers, sisters, wives. But, for example, like Raisa Rudenko, they joined to the dissident movement as a wife of Mikołaj Rudenko, but he how to say, he developed herself very much in this environment, and after her imprisonment, he was also non-formal secretary of Ukrainian Helsinki group, and later she was in the US. She was a journalist in Svoboda. Then from typist only, she went a big way to be also independent intellectual. Yes, and the second question was about imprisonment. In my interviews, I had only one person who was imprisoned, that Raisa Rudenko, but I wrote the interviews of Vasyl Ovsienko with other dissidents, also women. And I have to say that for Ukrainian dissidents, imprisonment was a part of dissident activities. For example, Raisa Rudenko, she was very well prepared to her imprisonment. She has a big knowledge. He asked other dissidents how is in these labor camps, how to deal with KGBists, what she expected her imprisonment. She had a bag with needed things to the prison. Then it was, yes, it was, of course, she was afraid of it, but she said, I was well prepared. And in the prison also, how you said, they they continued their resistance strategies, and even, she said, in prison, in a labor camp, we could feel more free because what they can do us more. We are in prison, yes? We can talk openly about everything.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to abuse my role of like moderator to build up on what Alina just said and reacting a little bit to the comments made by Juliana. Because actually, I mean, if we look at the Ukrainian dissident movement, the women play a central role. They are not in any way peripheral or less important. I mean, in the Shizosiadny movement, the voice of the poetry is Lina Kostenko, and she is a woman. And in the figurative arts is Alagorska, and Alagorska is the figurative arts of the 60s. And Alagorska, by the way, was also a central, I would say, figure in organizing everything else. Like perhaps not the samizdat, but the network of solidarity was based on an idea of Alagorska, and so on and so forth. If one looks at the network of dissidents abroad in the 70s and the 80s, the center, okay, Petro Grigorenko, but actually it was Nadia Svitlichna organizing that. So even if I look at what I have written about them, perhaps there is a risk. I mean, I run the risk of being perceived as a very unrefined historian, but we have simply a sexist perspective on those, and I'm wondering myself why I felt the need to provide another 3 portraits of men together with Lina Kostenko in the first chapter, when perhaps Kostenko was enough to describe what the Shizosiadniki was in poetry. So, and another thing that I would like to add, reacting to the final point made by Juliana, yes, perhaps the repression was different. Because if one looks at what happened to Alagorska, she was just killed. No trials, no accusation, no opportunity of going defend yourself, no, just killed. And even now we don't know how exactly it happened, even if it seems quite clear she was killed by KGB agents. Everything, all the evidence leads there. So there is perhaps a very good topic, new topic, difference in repression. With the women, it was more violent than with the men. So thank you for the comments and, I don't know, pennies for our thoughts, for, I don't know, building future scholarship on these topics. And I apologize once again for stepping over there. And I'm open once again the floor to other comments. I mean, both from the speakers and Natalia, please.
Thank you so much. I study Soviet human rights circles and women participants there, and I think their role in dissident movement very high and very remarkable. When we talk about Moscow dissidents, women can be shaped by 2 factors. First is the very idea of modernization project, which shaped the Russian society and gave women opportunity to participate not only in dissident movement, but in science, medicine. We can find remarkable persons there. And secondly, the very idea of universal human rights, which they devoted their lives. So human rights which are equal for everyone, for women and men, for representatives of every nationalities, for every religious group. So it doesn't matter whom to defend. So we just base the defense on the constitution, on legislative acts. But when looking at the experience of other Soviet Bloc or Soviet countries, we see this diversity of women participants. And I'm just, when listening to you, were thinking, can we assume that, I don't know the structure of Czechoslovak society, but in my views, maybe it was more patriarchal than Soviet society, and that's why women were like less independent, and they could not play that role which they played in Moscow movement. And very interesting what concerns Ukraine, because Ukrainian circles, of course, they were widely connected with Russian human rights movement too. And can we track this change of activity of women, the way how they could be involved? Did it develop through the time? If you can comment somehow and refer to my remark, I'm sorry, it wasn't very well structured, but just interesting.
That's absolutely fine, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Juliane, well, yes, perhaps you would like to
answer that.
Yeah, of course. Well, you can go.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm a bit I'm not surprised, but I think it is important to remember that, again, what is our evidence now of, for example, Moscow dissident women? And by sheer power of having lived long, I think we now remember Ludmila Alexeyeva and Larisa Bogaras, also because they have been prolific in writing. But for a very long time, if you look, and as I'm at the moment looking at sort of perestroika era documents, and especially relationship to the West, the people who were known then were definitely the men. And so I think again, one has to look very critically at what point do we remember what and whom and why and who has a voice, because that kind of shifts. So I don't think that Czech society was more patriarchal, even though I don't want to do a final judgment on that. But I think I actually would say Soviet society was very patriarchal. And I think one of the problems we encounter is that in all biographical writing, we have to make a choice between letting the voices speak and imposing our own categories, interpretations. And I find that in terms of feminism, even dissidents, quite often we're sabotaged by our own sources insofar as to say, I'm not a feminist, I wasn't a dissident, I wasn't political. And then we kind of have to say, well, I mean, this is what I found when I wrote about hippie women. I basically said, well, you were more political than you thought you were, and you were more suppressed than you thought you were, because they were always telling me you're equal. And I'm very much aware that I made a judgment and a kind of violence to my sources insofar as I contradicted them. I wrote over them and I had the authority of the final word. But that is, of course, the work of the historians. We do not just reproduce what our sources say. But that is exactly the problem, that these are people who have been socialist in one particular environment, and they might not call something what we call feminism or resistance. They might not have labeled as such, but it doesn't mean that we can't. So all I'm saying is I think the picture you paint is more movable. It's a particular picture of the 2020s, reflected the dissident movement after we now have to start paying attention. But I remember even from my own lifetime when dissidents were basically men.
Thanks so much. Please.
Just very briefly, because this is the question I'm thinking about, the whole day, listening to all other countries and really different types of experiences. I keep thinking about it and have no actual answer. But one of the things I was thinking about is that there are still so many things we need to research, because, as I mentioned, there were these two sources, that are crucial at this point, and so much still needs to be done across the country, but also across different social groups. What were actual different types of resistance, and then we can somehow conclude. But I don't think that the society was more patriarchal, but what was very strong was the notion of universal human rights and the need to unite against the enemy, which I guess was also the case in other countries and contexts. But this is also something that is that the post-socialist society and politics build upon like very strongly this like universality and universal human rights. And even in the 90s when, you know, like feminism, like new feminism was being built, when feminists were accused of like destroying this universality and unity in a way. So much for that.
And about patriarchat, I can say it was in all our countries. For example, in Poland, when it was that martial law in the beginning of 80s, men were imprisoned. And women in the women created a very important journal, Tygodnik Mazowsze, Weekly Mazowsze. Of course, it was underground publication for all the Poland, created by women, only women. But they used male name, fictional male name, because if they use female name, it will be not so important. It will be not so serious like under male name. And in Ukraine, also this, for example, this group of dissidents, mothers, sisters, wives, it was only pattern, maternal role and the role of how to say, home matriarchat, yes?
Okay.
I don't know. Домашний matriarchat, jak będzie? Domestic matriarchat. Okay. And it was strictly, that's why they have this problem to tell about themselves. They tell about men's sons, brothers, and so on.
Okay. Thank you. Please.
If I can just add something, and back to, and your comment also made me recall that I actually had this comment when I was doing my interviews in St. Petersburg among poets, especially women poets of Leningrad, of the underground. And there was a woman poet who said about Mamonova and the group that they were just trying to earn tickets to the West. Speaking about their career, you speak too loud. Maybe it's just, maybe it's, it's also a way to make to not take them seriously, right? They were not, it's either you're not loud enough or you're too loud, right? I mean, it's, I don't know, right? They spoke about things that they believed were right about society in general, but also in terms of Mamonova's engagement about sexism and what she perceived as phallocracy, and I'm quoting her, within the milieu that she belonged to. And in the end, up until now, it is seen by some members of that milieu as just earning the ticket to the West. So what I also, and when you mentioned that women organizing, that can also be seen as a breach to this universal human rights struggle, a potential threat to the unity, division. Well, imagine criticizing your fellow colleagues from you're all oppressed by the state, but you also criticize them for oppressing you. Well, you're also breaching this unity, right? Today, we as historians are breaching the ideal that, you know, there is this ideal still of a dissident male, right? We're breaching it, right? Speaking about these women and what they lived through and their experiences. So yeah, it's just something that I thought about.
Okay, thank you very much. There are another couple of questions, then the organizer just have to let me know when I have to stop collecting questions. Please.
Very short question, and maybe I didn't listen properly because I was using to understand all the languages here, but maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't hear the word courage. So does, is it not anymore popular to say that they were courageous, this woman, that they were heroine or something like that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then behind you, Yevhen Zakharov.
Thank you very much. It's not a question, it's rather a comment. I do not agree with your point of view with regards to women being less in numbers. It's not really. It's not really true, because the KGB was much more afraid of men, and this is why they imprisoned more men. But women caused much more trouble and had much more influence, both in Russia and in Ukraine. And I can also name a huge amount of women, huge number of women that were imprisoned. Alisa Pogoraz, Lyudmila Alexeyeva. You mentioned, but there were also others. There were women that were exiled and returned. Tatiana Velikamonova, Nadbanyevskaya, Lena Sannikova, who is still alive. And many of those women were in mental facilities and mental wards. And it's very important to point out that the initiatives were very often actually by women, and women took over many movements. It's very important, and I agree with the predecessor saying that women were more important even in movement. And one last thing, in Ukraine, the most were imprisoned. The most dissidents. If you take it in proportion to the population of Ukraine, the proportion of imprisonment and of repressions was the highest. So I'm not speaking about Solidarność, of course. I'm speaking about the Soviet republics. And the number of women participating in the dissident movement was also increasing because every wife of every male dissident became a dissident.
2 volumes of books gathering the essays, the presentations of the 2 formers, Roginsky Stenia. You can take them in the table in the next room. And of course, please, they are not for free. Just offer some money for us because this is a great effort from Memorial in order to do these books. I remind you that we start tomorrow at 9:30, so a little earlier than tomorrow. So please be punctual. And now I please ask you to join us to thank our speakers and discussants with a great applause. And of course, and we would like also to thank the translators that are doing a great job for all of us. Thanks.
And technical stuff, thank you.
And the technical stuff. Oh, yeah. And my mother. Okay. There are a few things that you have to say. So the headphones, you have to give them back at the entrance, and also there is a small buffet now for you. So before going back to your home or to the hotel, if you want, you can stay here with us and have a little. We have a little reception. Thank you. Я не знав, извините.